Honorable Speaker.
I will now call the House to order. Let us take up question number 98, brought by Sri Havingstone Karpran. Sri President Tungsong, Deputy Chief Minister in charge, to reply, please.
Mr. Speaker, sir, reply to state question 98. Sir, the road from Happy Valley to Maushpui village belongs to the Public Works Department, except for a stretch of 600 meters which falls within the GTC lands.
Your supplementary question, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. May I know from the Honorable Deputy Chief Minister that whether this army has the legal documents to claim the ownership of this road of 600 meters?
Sir, yes, in fact, in my level, I had a meeting with the district administration where ultimately we found out few important documents relating to this particular stretch. And it was notified way back in 1972, which these 600 meters belongs to the defense lands.
So, will the Honorable Deputy Chief Minister be pleased to place in the table of the House those documents?
Yes, sir. That gadget, I will do it. I'll place it.
Another one, sir. In the last few days, not long ago, sir, while the PWD department was taking up the repairing of the road in this part, Maushpui. So I don't know whether they repaired the 600 meters or beyond that, because while they did the repairing works, the army personnel came and disrupted those people who are doing the repairing works.
Yes, sir. In fact, again, the Deputy Commissioner has convened a meeting on the 13th of February 2025 relating to the ongoing repairing works outside the 600 meters, because the army seems, the defense, they claim that this road belongs to them, meaning outside that 600 meters. But ultimately, sir, after the meeting, this issue has been resolved, and even the GTC officials, they allowed the repairing work to go on.
Sir, I request a comment, sir, to settle the matters, because many times the army people used to be a threat to our people also there, sir. Whatever they do, they used to disrupt. So I request a comment, sir, to the Deputy Chief Minister in charge of road, that to please assure us that to find out the permanent solution on this long pending conflict, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I will again review this matter maybe after a few weeks from now. But for the information of the honourable member and also the members of this August House, sir, from the department, we are also exploring the possibility of having a new alignment completely, which will not touch the defense land at all. And one proposal, in fact, we have where we explore is the road or the bypass from Maulangat to Maushpui, Maushpui to Maulanray, and Maulanray to Maukasiang. So right now, sir, we are exploring. In fact, I would humbly request the honourable member from Maurangkadeng constituency if he can also help us out, because right now we are discussing, we are requesting the landowners, if they can part their land, then this bypass can be created for the interest of this entire region or the entire belt, sir.
Thank you, sir. I assure you, sir, that I will cooperate on this matter, sir. Last question, sir. I request, sir, that if the department concerned, take up this thing that to clearly demark this 600 meters route which claim the army, sir, immediately you should clearly demarcate this 600 meters, sir.
Yes, sir. It was already properly demarcated. Demarcated in the sense that they put up a gate, entry and then exit. So the gate was falling under that 600 meters, which the land belongs to the defense land.
Yes, Barden, please.
Sir, may I know from the Honorable Deputy Chief Minister in charge road, whether there is any arrangement for alignment from Madan Riting connecting to Mau Shabut, since you had mentioned Maulangat to Mau Shabut, Maulan Ray to Mau Shabut. So is there any proposal to align the Madan Riting to Mau Shabut? Because this is also affected, sir, and is closely connected with Mau Shabut.
Sir, for that particular stretch, we are yet to see if that can be connected with Mau Shabut or not. But yes, sir, points noted, and I will examine this issue too, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, Charles, please.
Yes. So I would like to ask the Honorable Deputy Chief Minister, the question again raised by the Honorable MLA from Nongkrem. The main road from Madan Riting, Happy Valley, to Mau Shabut, it's a road which is well used by all the residents of Mau Shabut. But time and again, because of the gate that has been erected there, in the evenings after 9 o'clock, the local people who are coming back from their shops and the daily work, they get harassed at that gate. And this has been a recurring phenomena. Then may I request the Honorable Deputy Chief Minister if he can ask the GDC to remove that gate, because it doesn't serve any purpose. Because if the 600 meters, if it is from point A to point B, why have a gate in the middle? Have it in front of the 600 and at the end of the 600. Then we can know that these two gates belong to them. The land belongs to them. But at the moment, there is no clarity, only harassment. So I feel, sir, that there should be a high-level meeting with the Deputy Chief Minister and the GTC to ensure that these gates are not kept open for the public. And the removal of the gate, because nobody can construct a gate on a public road. That as per the laws, as per the PWD laws also is there, sir. So my request, what action will the Honorable Deputy Chief Minister take on this regard, considering the trouble that the local people of Mau Shabut face?
Yes, sir. In fact, I've already replied that portion of 600 meters and even the gate was installed within that 600 meters, which, as per the notification way back 1972, this particular plot belongs to the defense land. It is treated as defense land. So, sir, as I've already replied, yes, in a few weeks' time from now, I will also again have a meeting with the GTC authority, and we will try our best to resolve this issue. And that's what, in the meantime, we are also trying from the government, if we can get a permanent solution by identifying a new alignment altogether. I think that will solve the issue permanently, sir.
So for the information of the Honorable Deputy Chief Minister, so even till the year 1977, not 72, the Shillong city bus used to travel from Demthring via the Brown Gate into where the gate is and then come and stand at Happy Valley. There used to be a bus, city bus, that used to go round and round. Suddenly the gate came up after 77, sir. That is why I'm saying if they want to put a gate, let them put it on either side of the road so that we don't encroach into their property. But the main road should be free of any obstacles. So that is what I'm trying to do. So perhaps in the next meeting, the Honorable Deputy Chief Minister can raise this issue.
Yes, sir.
We now move on to next question, question number 99, brought by Sri Brajtawel Marbanian. Sri Sumablang Dar, Deputy Chief Minister in charge, to reply, please.
Mr. Speaker, sir, reply to star question 99. A. Sir, the distance from the new Meghalaya secretariat to the government land of Mokhanu is 10 kilometers. B, sir, no, sir. And reply to C, no, sir. And reply to D, sir, the area required for the setting up of the landfill site is approximately 100 to 150 acres.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I would like to thank you for the opportunity. Sir, we are aware that the government is developing the new secretariat with all the directorates at Sauli. My purpose of asking the question on distance is that if proper roads are made and developed from Sauli to Mokhanu, then the distance will perhaps be further reduced and not far. So my question is whether the government has thought of allotting land to district or other offices in the government land at Mokhanu, and if so, how many have approached the department so far? I would also like to know the method of assessment of land required by any office.
Mr. Speaker, sir, presently we haven't decided to allot to any department, but yes, we plan as government, and decision will be taken in the right times.
So my next supplementary is like this, sir. The land at Mokhanu is around 800 acres or so, which translate to roughly around 3 square kilometers, which is bigger than the European ward. Therefore, sir, I would like a categorical reply, yes or no, from the Honorable Minister, whether it will be converted into another European ward or RR colony in Rinja or like other revenue plots, since we have heard yesterday from the press that the KSU was referring to a transfer of land or lease to non-tribals, where the land is now protected by blue tin sheets, which I now urge the government to quickly check and withdraw any such transfer or lease of land. Another vital issue is that the Honorable Minister may kindly reply whether the Meghalaya Transfer of Land Regulation Act will apply or not, that no transfer of land by any means shall be made to a non-tribal or non-tribal entity, be it an individual or company or of any composition or by way of lease like the IAS colony at Sauli.
You are asking two questions at a time.
Mr. Speaker, sir, as of now there is no such plan because the master plan is still preparing. Only then we will take a call at the right times and the right decision. As of now, no plan to give to anybody, and no plan to convert also into European presently. That is for the respective question.
Yes.
Another supplementary question, sir. My final supplementary question, Speaker, sir, is that I urge and prevail upon the Honorable Minister that in light of the negative reply to C, and my suggestion to the government is that since the government land at Mokhanu is around 800 acres, so I would like to request the government to kindly re-examine and determine to develop the waste management plan in the government land at Mokhanu.
Mr. Speaker, sir, why I say no in the answer C, because we had proposed another alternative land in Nohali for the new landfill site. That is the reason I reply no here in question C.
Yes, Bardhan Basami, please.
Sir, may I know from the Honorable Minister whether there is any illegal settling of people in Maukhanu area, since the government has replied that the government has not allotted any land to outsiders violating the Meghalaya Transfer of Land Regulation Act. So whether at present is there any illegal settling of people in that area, sir?
Mr. Speaker, no, sir. There is no illegal settler.
So may I request the Honorable Deputy Chief Minister to have a spot inspection to ensure that there is no such illegal settling of outsiders is taking place in that area.
Mr. Speaker, yes, no problem. Point is noted.
We now move on to the next question, question number 100, brought by Sri Rupa Marak. Dr. M. Amrin Lingdo, Minister in charge, to reply, please.
Honorable Speaker, sir, reply to Star Question 100A. Yes, upgradation of the Mangkagre Sub-Center into PHC is in progress. B, so the facilities that will be available in the PHC Center after completion will be A, outdoor patient department services, 2, 10-bedded inpatient department, 3, labor room facilities, 4, lab facilities, 5, emergency services, 6, pharmacy and residential quarters for medical and paramedical staffs, etc. And C, sir, as per government norms.
Your supplementary, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. May I know from the Honorable Minister in charge, in view of the reply to question number A, where I ask whether the department has upgraded the Mangakri sub-center into our public health center. Yet the reply was yes, but still there is another reply, upgradation of Mangakri sub-center into a public health center is in progress. So I'm a bit confused in this reply. May I know the clarity of the reply?
So decisions to upgrade the sub-center to a PHC is definitely yes. Whether or not the work is in progress, we've said yes. So the works are in progress, decision has already been taken.
Thank you for the reply. I was a bit confused because I wasn't asking about the work progress and all. Anyway, may I know from the Minister in charge, when was this Mangakri sub-center was upgraded into public health center?
The foundation stone of this upgradation occurred on the 9th of December 2022. By the 18th of January 2023, we were able to float a tender. By November 2023, works began. And at January 2025, the progress of work is at 85%.
Through you, Mr. Speaker, sir. May I know from the Honorable Minister in charge, as per the government norms, does a PHC has a medical officer?
Sir, works in the upgradation are ongoing. Once the building has completed, necessary HR will be sent to man this very important PHC, sir.
May I know from the Honorable Minister in charge, in view of the reply, the last reply, since this upgradation has already been done as per the reply, so, but in view of the last reply, does it mean that Mangakri has no medical officer as of now?
As of now, the center is still functioning as a sub-center.
Last question, please.
So I won't have the further question. I would like to request the Honorable Minister in charge to speed up the process of upgradation Mangakri Public Health Center, Sub-Center into PHC. Thank you.
Point noted, sir.
Now we move on to the next question, question number 101, brought by Dr. Mukul M. Sangma, LO. Sri President Tungsong, Deputy Chief Minister in charge, to reply, please.
Mr. Speaker, sir, reply to state question 101. A, yes, sir. B, sir, the total amount spent for the acquisition of land for the project as per RFCT LARR Act 2013 is in Ribhoi district 121 crores 40 lakhs 63,701, and in East Kasil district 455 crores 39 lakhs 34,752, sir. C, sir. Sir is as per statement placed on the table of the House, and D, sir, as per statement placed on the table of the House.
Your supplementary questions, please.
Mr. Speaker, sir. Now, in view of the inputs that we received from some of the aggrieved people of the area, I have tabled this question. So may I know from the Honorable Deputy CM, in the whole process, whether this Section 6 of the Act for the purpose of acquisition was adhered to?
Yes, sir.
Then whether it is a fact that the whole publication was done in the local language for the benefit of the local people and to understand the whole evaluation report of the social impact assessment?
Yes, sir, both local and English also, sir.
Mr. Speaker, sir, why I am asking this is because in order to know whether there is any family affected which will require support under the relevant sections of your Section 28, 29, 31.
Sir, may I request the Honorable LO to repeat the question, please?
You may repeat the question, please.
Mr. Speaker, sir, while determining the amount of compensation to be awarded for land acquired under the Act, there are certain binding obligations of the authority, particularly the collector. In this instance case, it is a Deputy Commissioner, Revenue. In order to ensure that overall negative impact due to the acquisition, keeping in mind that in this part of the state, we do have many landless people. Therefore, from that perspective, whether this whole determination for award of whatever amount was paid against the acquisition of the parcel of land, whether this social impact assessment indicated any specific family who were required to be supported under this relevant section of the Act in respect of the required rehabilitation support.
Yes, sir. In fact, due diligence has been completely followed as per the Act itself, and that also clause by clause, para by para, it has been followed strictly as per the Act itself, sir. And number two, sir, as of today, my simple reply is, as of today, in fact, all those beneficiaries who were entitled to get the compensation are satisfied, except maybe few of them where among themselves there was a kind of difference in claiming, counter-claiming the ownership issue. Only those issues were there, sir. Otherwise, as far as the amount considered for the compensation is fully satisfied by all the concerns.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I think we are aware of this fact that there is some problem going on in respect of handing over of the parcel of land. Even after all this process as informed to this August House by the Honorable Deputy CM about fulfilling all the relevant requirements as per the relevant act. But what is the reason that this particular dissentment that has been reflected even by media, what is the factor? Had any exercise been made to verify the cause, whether there is a displacement of any family, keeping in mind that, refer to my earlier supplementary where I have submitted that in the context of this part of the state, there are families who do not own the land, but then they settle in certain areas which belong to the clan, which belong to the community, the Snong. So I think it is necessary for us to know, since in view of the reply in respect to similar kind of land acquisition, we see that land acquisitions are being done even without resorting to fulfill this requirement of this law in respect of earlier question. Social impact assessment was not done. Then how will we know the likely displacement? Wherein, if there is a displacement case, then rehabilitation, all these measures which is required to be provided to the affected families have to be fulfilled. So in order to protect the interests of the poor and those vulnerable section of the families, this exercise is needed. So may I get the mind of the Deputy CM that we can look into it whether there is some gap or lapses or some omission or commission in respect of determining the affected families?
Yes, sir. In fact, the issues that crop up or coming up till this moment, it is being attended to by both the respective deputy commissioners, district collectors of Khasi and Ribhoi district. And we are working out on these issues, but the main issue, as I have already replied, there were some kind of claim and counterclaim. If the plot belongs to the clan, again another within the clan, another person will claim again. So these kind of issues were there. And point number two, sir, ultimately, in fact, as per the Act, we are here from the government to help out those displaced people. In case if there are family where ultimately the road has to be constructed, the alignment has to be through there, we make sure that displacement does not affect, and even the future shifting of themselves will be taken care by the government as per the provision of the Act itself. Point number two, sir, as far as there are two acts which is now applicable in the state of Meghalaya as far as acquisition of land is concerned. One is the NH Act. I think our Honorable LO, he referred to the NH Act, where this particular clause is not there. Social impact assessment was not there. Why it was not there, sir? In fact, for the clarification, I would like to mention here, it was not there because all the national highway is treated as existing road. When it is treated as existing road, it is not a greenfield project, it is an existing road. So therefore, what we need is only the additional land. Suppose now if we have to widen, we have to convert it into 2 lanes, or we have to convert it into 4 lanes, depending upon the requirement, the plan of the ministry. So the NH Act applies in those national highway designated projects only, sir. And that, as I've said, yes, social impact assessment was not there, sir. But in spite of that, if there is no provision of social impact assessment. Still, the landowners who falls in that portion where the land is required to be acquired, the clauses even in the NH Act is taken care of all these issues as far as the landowners is concerned. So in conclusion, sir, I would like to explain here that as far as the land compensation of the Western Bypass is concerned, we don't have much issues. There is no issue where the landowners brought to the notice of the government or the district collector that I will not part the land because the rate is so and so, or because you did not calculate the building or the crops or whatever we have in that particular size. Because all these issues, as I said to you, sir, it has been already taken care of. And I really appreciate the DC revenue of both the district. They were on the ground, always they were on the ground along with the stakeholders to find out solution to this. And as of now, sir, there is not much problem on this particular project, except with the issue of ownership, as I said to you. But again, within no time, I'm very sure we'll be able to resolve these issues, sir.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I think I should thank the Honorable Deputy CM for the further elaboration of the situation. Now, we are now informed that we are not resorting to application of the right to fair compensation and transparency in the Acquisition, Rehabilitation and Resettlement Act 2013. In respect of wherever we need further parcel of land for upgradation of the national highways, we are resorting to National Highway Act. That is what is to be understood by us, Mr. Speaker, sir? So in that case, Mr. Speaker, sir, we have earlier also completed the whole exercise of land acquisition. In fact, there is a provision for advance possession under the relevant act. And to ensure that aggrieved land owners can resort to that receipt of the amount with dissent, which is subsequently handled by the relevant court which is constituted for that. In view of that, I think there should not have been any problem to take advance possession of the land, keeping in mind the importance of this program, because this has been, I think, the delay is also one part of the delay is because we changed the alignment from the earlier alignment which was approved in 2016-17. So therefore, may we get a categorical assurance from the government that at least all those provisions which are available for the government to take advance possession and the whole process which involves in taking advance possession, it is with the complete involvement of the aggrieved parties. Can that be invoked so that at least this can be resolved?
Yes, sir. As rightly mentioned by the Honorable Leader of Opposition, yes. This provision is there both, be it with the Act 2013 or be it with the Act of 1960 of the International Highway Act. There is a provision for that. So, sir, for the information of the Honorable Member, as far as the Western Bypass is concerned, right now we have already taken over possession of the land, about 97.5%. 97.5%. And now the remaining of 2.5%, the respective Deputy Commissioner, District Collector are working out on it. Whatever claim or counterclaim or whatever issues raised by those concerned beneficiaries will be able to resolve it, sir.
My last supplementary. This is very important from the perspective of the intent of this particular law which has been passed by the Parliament. In fact, it is more appropriate for people belonging to scheduled tribe, scheduled caste. The law is designed to protect our interest. And in fact, the law also provides a space for us to ensure that as far as possible, we will resort to acquisition of land which is owned by the scheduled tribe as last resort, in order to ensure that acquisition of land by the government does not land up in alienation of land in as far as the land belonging to the scheduled tribe is concerned. So this act is designed to protect the scheduled tribe, the weaker section of people, therefore this social impact assessment clause, therefore the rehabilitation clause is there. Now if we don't use this particular act while acquiring land, then we are actually doing injustice to our people, because we are not providing or extending the benefit which is intended in this act. Therefore, I think it is not inconsistent with the kind of responsibility with which we are vested upon to protect the interests of our people. Therefore, may I therefore, through you, Mr. Speaker, sir, get an assurance that in respect of all the acquisition of land, this particular act will be applied. Because similar problem we have faced in Tura also. I was trying to find out why it is that the people are protesting, because this act is not being utilized at the time of land acquisition in respect of any extension of or expansion of national highway. This is not correct. Let us take advantage of this particular provision of act. Let us utilize this as a use this mandate of the parliament to protect and benefit our people. May we get that in respect of acquisition of land, in the days ahead, government will utilize this particular mandate of the law.
Yes, sir, very much. In totality, we will strictly follow the Act, both the Act, be it Act 2013 and be it the Act 1960, sir.
Yes, then Basamat, please.
Sir, it has come to our notice that there was a complaint filed by an organization in connection with the misappropriation of the compensation meant for the landowners with the Deputy Commissioner. May I know the status of this complaint, whether it has been resolved or not?
Sir, I think as I've already replied earlier, in fact, these issues was not officially lodged to us, because the land, the compensation was already directly transferred to the account of each beneficiaries, the entitled beneficiaries. But in the...
So may I repeat my question? So the question here is, a particular organization filed a complaint with the Deputy Commissioner in connection with the misappropriation of the compensation amount which is meant for the landowners. So may I know what is the status of that complaint?
Sir, in fact, there is no misappropriation at all, or from any level. There is no misappropriation at all. Maybe the complaint reached to the office of both the Deputy Commissioners, but as I've said, there is no misappropriation at all, and that's what I replied. Everything, even here, the detail of amount that we release to the respective beneficiaries is already indicated. Everything is over there, sir.
So why I'm asking this question? Because as we know, the land holding system here in our Khasi Jaintia region, we have three types of land holding system. There is a private land, there is a community land, and there is a right land, sir. So, sir, in this situation, we are made to believe that there are some people who claim to be the representative of the right or the clan, and somehow they manage to get this compensation amount which is meant for the people. So may I know whether it has come to the notice of the government, whether it is a fact that there are two individuals who are demanding percentage cut from villagers regarding the compensation of the Shillong Western bypass. And this is happening, sir. So may I know whether it has come to the notice of the government, whether that issue has been resolved or not?
Sir, again, even me, I've seen it in the newspaper, in the social media, that some aggrieved landowners, after receiving the compensated amount, then I saw they've said that it was deducted 10% or 15% or 20%. But till today, there is no such formal complaint to the respective deputy commissioner or district collector of each district. This was only, as I said, we seen it outside the official table where the claim and counterclaim happened. So I was trying to find out also, sir, what happened to this. But ultimately it seems like, suppose if I'm the beneficiary, I'm the landowner, being a villager, maybe I don't know how to prepare the paperwork, this, that. It seems they unofficially maybe entrusted to somebody else. So that again, it is not official. That, as I've said to you, maybe the understanding is only among themselves. So that happens. I've seen, but again, officially it has not come to the table or to the notice of the district collector. And the issue which reached to the table of the district collector is only counterclaim of ownership. Yes, few percentage, as I've already said, claim and counterclaim by individual. Mr. A, when the amount was already paid to Mr. A, then Mr. B came in. Then like, that is about the individual landowners. Then again, we go to the clan, because the clan land also is there. Again, the clan, the uncle, so-called uncle or the kinyi, we released the amount. Again, the other kinyi, the other uncle came in. And again, lodge a counter complaint or saying that no, he is not a real uncle. And there are so many things of that issue. But what I'm trying to tell you, sir, is the respective district collector, they call both the parties, sit across the table, and then working out, and I'm very sure this 2.5%, which we are yet to get possession of the land, I'm very sure we will be able to resolve this as early as possible, sir.
So in that case, may I know the process of acquiring this land? So do you approach the individual landowner or do you approach a representative of the landowner, sir?
In fact, it should be the genuine landowners, sir. Be it landowners individually or be it the representative of the clan, whatever. So because as I said to you, there are few stages as far as land tenure system that you have here in the state.
So sir, may I know the numbers of landowners involved in this compensation, sir?
Yes, sir. I have. Sir, in Ribohoi district.
If you can table the list on the table of the House, sir.
Yeah, already table, sir. I've already placed it on the table of House. Here are the list of the thing. See, in Ribohoi district, we have 418 landowners. And in the East Khasi Hills district, we have 400. But of course I've already placed it on the table of the House, sir.
Reply, but Honorable Deputy CM, I think we have to have a complete clarity on how to determine the owners of the land, because this land acquisition process will continue. There will be requirement of land for various developmental purposes, so land acquisition will continue. But if because of this declaration of the land ownership, there is a conflict like this, that means what is the procedure which is considered as inconsistent with the traditional law, customary law, which is being accepted? Because in respect of community land, for instance, in respect of Garo Hills, even if a NOCMA signs alone, it is not inconsistent. It is inconsistent. Rather, it is not in conformity with the traditional and customary law. Because the whole clan has to sit together. There will be no separate uncle who will speak elsewhere outside. Nor unless he is authorized by the whole clan he will not be able to represent the clan. So there has to be a resolution unanimously adopted by the community, by the clan, and indicate who is being authorized. And this meeting, the date of holding the meeting, the place of holding the meeting, the people who are present in the meeting, whether it reflects the complete unanimity or not, this has to be ascertained by a process. That is how the determination of ownership about the community land has to be done. Otherwise, the same problem will erupt again and again. And there will be chaos in the village, chaos in the clan. We have seen it in the past. Therefore, there is no need to have this kind of lack of clarity as to who is the ownership if the process of land acquisition has been already done. But in the instant case, it is reflective that this particular approach is not being adopted in Khasi Hills. But it should be adopted. The authorities who are entrusted with this responsibility of acquisition must have a complete clarity on the approach to be adopted to determine the ownership. That's the reason why we have this problem. Otherwise, the genuine owners or even the inhabitants, the villagers who are settling in some clan land, when they are displaced, how do you take care of their resettlement? Because this law says it is not just right to fair compensation and transparency in Land Acquisition Act, but also refers to rehabilitation and resettlement. This is completely appropriate for our case. Therefore, I would submit through you, Mr. Speaker, sir, that this particular point to determine the ownership so that there is no lack of clarity and the resultant dispute in ownership crop up in the process of this whole land acquisition in future.
Sir, in fact, the subject is very long. I would like to only say like this. Sir, as far as the Act is concerned, see, we have to have a notification in place from one clause to another clause, from one clause to another clause. Some of them may be 30 days, some of them 25 days. Different stages were there. So ultimately, sir, we have given the opportunity to those even reflected name, which was already included in the list, that this plot belongs to so and so, so and so. So everything was there. So when the notification, the duration of the opportunity for hearing or claim or counterclaim is ended, everything was smooth. Because we went strictly as per the laws, as per the Act. Then ultimately we come to the stage where we have to release the compensation amount to those entitled beneficiaries. Again, as I said to you, in between, some cases the amount was already transferred. Then some cases the amount is to be transferred. For the individual, it is not as tough as like we think, because we knew, well, okay, this land belongs to Mr. A. So if Mr. B comes, because still B comes, whether his land is adjacent to that Mr. A, sometimes when he comes and said, no, 10 feet or 5 feet or 6 feet, you encroach my land, again the hurdle will crop up. So, sir, ultimately, in fact, these issues has been taken care of, because the land document, as rightly mentioned by the Honorable LO, in fact, the land document was verified right from the village authority itself, and then if it happens to the individual, and if it happens to be the clan, again the clan resolution has to be there. And not only resolution, again, even the village authority has to also confirm whether, yes, this clan land is really genuine or not genuine. All these issues were already in place. But still, even after all these stages completed, still few issues were crop up. I'm not saying that those issues can be again cancel the compensation, or maybe can be transferred, the amount already transferred to Mr. A. shift it to Mr. B. It does not mean that. But what I'm trying to tell you here is issues were there, where ultimately the district collector has to call both of them, do the hearing, sit, and then resolve the issue across the table. So that's what's 2.5%. As far as this western bypass is concerned, land is yet to be taken possession, but very soon we are going to take possession of that, sir.
Can I get one question?
Yes, please.
Sir, we are talking about the land acquisition of Shillong Western Bypass. May I know, sir, whether this road construction has started or not from the Honorable Deputy Chief Minister? And if started, what is the percentage of work in progress approximately?
Yes, sir. We have 3 packages of this project, and all these 3 packages, the work has started, and the progress of work is satisfactory. But of course, I don't have the detail, the name of each company, because this tender is being handled and called by the NHIDCL. But I can't assure the honourable member, I will try to collect all the details. But as far as the construction work is concerned, all the 3 packages, the work has started, sir, and it is the progress also is satisfactory.
Yes, Procedural.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Through you, may I know from the Honourable Minister PWD, is there any landowner who is left out or not being consulted? Because in the last 3 or 4 days, it has come to my notice where there are certain individual landowners where they have complained that as per the new alignment of the road, in fact, their land does not come in the first alignment. It comes in the new alignment. And in the process, they have not been approached, and construction has started through their land without proper consultation.
Sir, there is no such cases happen, because I have already laid the statement. These are the names of the landowners which we have already identified, and not only identified, we sat down, consultation took place, and ultimately they are also in the same page for land compensation, and that's why only 2.5% land are yet to be handed over to the company for construction, but 97.5% land possession has been taken over, sir.
May I request the Honourable Minister, because this has come to my knowledge, in fact, in the last 3 days, some landowners had aired their grievances, and I request the PWD Minister to kindly look into this matter if it comes. Because as per the information that I received, they have lodged a complaint with NHIDCL with regards to this matter.
Yes, sir, the door is open. I'm there. I will see if any cases happens to be like that. I will take it up, sir.
So now we move on to the next question, question number 102, by Adelbert Nongrum and Sri Cornet K. Sangma to Chief Minister to reply, please.
Mr. Speaker, sir, reply to star question 102. Sir, the total number of states in India that have a GSDP higher than $10 billion at present is 21.
Your supplementary question,
Thank you,
please.
Mr. Speaker, sir. I may put a supplementary to our Honourable Chief Minister. Before putting this supplementary, I would like to remind that concern about the economy. As we talk about family affairs or state affairs, it depends upon the economy. So let me remind, money is the way to, money may lead to different way of destination, and also money may lead to different agony. So, supplementary, which are the states that are similar in size of territory and similar in size of population to Meghalaya in terms of GSDP higher than $10 billion US dollars. Which are the states?
So I couldn't understand the question. Can you repeat that?
Which are the states that are similar in size of territory and similar in size of population to Meghalaya in terms with this, who achieved the GSDP higher than 10 billion US dollars?
Sir, I may not have the exact number because he's asking about population as well as square kilometer of each of the states who are higher than us. So I may not have the exact figures, but I could give a comparison. So I may go wrong with the square kilometers. But similar states that are there, which could be compared possibly to Meghalaya, could be states like Nagaland, sir. They are currently at 1,45,535 in terms of the per capita, and they are, as I said, their GDP is higher than the state of. Sorry, it's not higher. The per capita is higher, sir. In terms of the GDP, compared states could be Manipur, but there Manipur also, so as per the data of 2023, is at 40,000. We're at 46,000. States like Nagaland, which is at 37,000. So we are again at 46,000. So this is roughly, sir, the states which are comparatively in terms of at least the land and the population. So it's around the same figure, but as an overall size, sir, they are slightly lesser.
As per my knowledge, there are two states, Goa and Tripura. Anyway, combining with what you had already revealed in this August House, so I'm going to proceed with the next supplementary, which states are similar in size to Meghalaya in terms of territory and population, have achieved GSDP higher than $10 billion simply by offering incentive for investment by outside investors, or is it because they focus plenty on manufacturing sector? May I get clarifications?
Sir, I can reply this in a very long way and a very short way, sir. I don't know how much time you will give me.
No, suppose if it's a long way, then
you have only one
you
more
will place in the table of the House.
Sir, it's not an information or data which I can place on the table of the House. The Honourable Member has asked about investments that have been made. Which of the states, as mentioned correctly by him, sir, that of course Goa has 89,000 and thing. But if you look at this size in terms of the overall area, square kilometers and all these things, it's comparable, but it's not exactly the same. Nonetheless, sir, my point here being that it's a very broad-ended question, not a question which I can answer in terms of one-line reply. It is more of a motion-based kind of a question he's asked. Sir, because investments that are made, every state and everything that we do when it comes to GDP, so there are multiple factors. So I can just give a rough idea so that the members can just roughly understand. So the overall GDP is calculated on the basis of the consumption that is done by the state, the investments that are made in the state, the government spending that is done by the government, and the net exports that are there in our state. So to answer the question, every factor affects GDP. It's not one line or one factor. Sorry.
Sorry, the time. Question hour is over. So we have to move on to the next item. But before we take up the next item, I would like to inform the House that the Honourable Chief Minister would like to make a suo motu statement on a matter of the rules and procedures of conduct of business. There shall be no discussion. Chief Minister, please.
Mr. Speaker, sir, recently there was a report on Banihat owns the most world's most polluted city title. And in respect to that article that has come out in multiple newspapers, even at the national level, so I would like to make a statement here, sir. So the data as reported in the media relating to IQ Air World Air Quality Report 2024, stating Bernihat as having recorded an average PM 2.5 concentration of 128.2 micrograms per cubic meter. It may, however, be pointed out that as per data generated from the 4 manual ambient air quality monitoring stations of the Meghalaya State Pollution Control Board, located at Bernihat town, the annual average PM 2.5 concentration for 2024 is 50.1 microgram per cubic meter. Further, as per MSPCB's data from January to March first week 2025, the overall air quality index of Bernihat was observed to be satisfactory. It may be mentioned that the MSPCB conducted surprise inspections at industrial units in EPIP and 13th mile on 24th, 27th and 31st of January 2025 and 5th of February 2025. The inspections revealed violations of pollution norms, including heavy emissions from chimneys due to non-operation of pollution control devices, ineffective pollution control devices, and non-transmission of online emission data. As a result, the MSPCB issued closure notices to 7 industrial units and imposed environmental compensation on 2 industrial units. Consequent to closure of the 7 industrial units in Bernihat, Meghalaya, from 29th January to 11th March 2025, it may be pointed out that the AQI generated from the continuous ambient air quality monitoring station installed in the Central Academy for State Forest Service, Bernihat, Assam, still reflected the AQI as poor or very poor during most of the days. This indicates that the major source of air pollution may be attributed to industries and other activities along the Assam side. So the Bernihat industrial area in Assam that runs along Bernihat town of Meghalaya has been designated as a critically polluted area by the Central Pollution Control Board, Delhi. In fact, it is to be pointed out that there are 20 red category industries in Bernihat, Assam, as compared to 5 red category industries in Bernihat, Meghalaya. As per direction of the Honorable NJT and CPCB, the Assam PCB has prepared an action plan and adequate measures are being taken to restore and improve the environmental quality of Bernihat area of Assam. So the MSPCB has engaged the Council of Scientific and Industrial Research, National Environmental Engineering Research Institute, Kolkata, for conducting emission inventory and source appointment study of Bernihat. Emission inventory is an important tool for identifying the source of pollutants and quantitatively expressing their pollution load in a defined area at a particular time. While source apportionment is primarily based on measurements and tracking down the sources through receptor modeling. Sir, I also would like to add that recently I have written a letter which I had mentioned earlier also to this August House, to the Honorable Chief Minister of Assam, flagging this very, very critical and important issue and requesting that a joint action plan be made in consultation with experts and the different officials from both sides, as Bernihat being a border town where both sides are having industrial units of different categories as mentioned in my statement that I have made. Sir, let me assure especially the citizens of Bernihat area on both sides, whether it's Assam or Meghalaya, that we are concerned about this particular issue and we will leave no stone unturned to ensure that this issue is resolved or minimized to the maximum level. The health and the overall environment of that area is a very, very important concern for the government as well as our Honorable MLA who is present out here, who has met me on multiple occasions to ensure that this issue was addressed. Therefore, sir, let me assure the House that a joint action plan will be developed once we are able to meet Assam and Meghalaya officials, can meet and work on this. The reason I wanted to give this statement was to just give a clarity that though the tag of Meghalaya is being put on this, there are concerns on both sides of the border, and hence it is an issue that has to be addressed by both the states together. There are enough provisions in different acts and different laws which will be implemented to ensure that both the states and the different departments and officials will work together to ensure that we are able to address this issue. With these few words and with this statement, sir, I resume my seat. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Honorable members, I have received a 0-hour notice tabled by Sri Adalbert Nongrum, MLA, today at 9 a.m. Let me read out the contents of the 0-hour notice, which reads as follows. To the Honorable Speaker, Legislative Assembly, Meghalaya Legislative Assembly, Shillong, dated 13 March 2025. Subject 0-hour notice. Dear Sir, I am to bring to you kind notice under Rule 49A of the Rules of Procedure and Conduct of Business that on day 10 of the ongoing budget session, that is on dated 13 March 2025, I wish to bring a 0-hour notice of a matter of grave importance relating to the shocking and untimely death of a young lady, Kong Darisa Lingdo, and her infant son, who were found dead under unnatural circumstances at a shallow reservoir at Langtor village in eastern West Khasi Hills. The report of which has been well covered in local Khasi newspaper, U Nongsain Hima, dated 12th March 2025, under the caption, Ra Ki Pulit Ya Uba Ban Tokit Halor Ka Jinklat Ka Longkmi Bat Ukun Ha Langtor. Please find a copy of the aforementioned news report for necessary perusal, enclosed as stated. Pa Adalbert Nongrum, MLA, 17 North Shillong. In this regard, I would like to inform the House that a decision was taken by the BAC that on a day allotted for demands for grants, no other business shall be taken up and also adopted by the House on 28 February 2025. So, the 0 hour cannot be admitted today. However, I would like to inform the Honourable Member that the notice will be forwarded by the Assembly Secretariat to the Chief Minister's office. The Honourable Member may take up the matter with the Honourable Chief Minister, who will look into it. Now we will take up the item number 2, demand for grants, which will be taken up till 1:30 p.m. Now we will take up grant number 12. Sri Conrad Sangma.
Statement, sir.
Oh, sorry. Now we come to item number 2. Sri Conrad Sangma, Chief Minister in charge, to lay. Before we come to item number 3, the assurance statement pertaining to start question number 1 asked by Sri Havingstone Karpran, MLA, on 3rd March 2025. Sorry.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to lay an assurance statement pertaining to start question number 1 asked by Sri Havingstone Karpran, MLA, on 3rd of March 2025.
Now we will take up grant number 12. Sri Conrad K. Sangma, Chief Minister in charge, to move, please.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to move, on the recommendation of the Governor, I beg to, to move that a sum not exceeding 1,08,90,000, including the sum already voted on account for the relevant services, be granted to the Minister in charge to defray certain charges which will come in the course of payment during the year ending the 31st of March 2026 for the administration of the heads 2047 other fiscal services.
Motion moved. Since there is no cut motion against this grant, let me put the question before the House. The question is that grant number 12 be passed. Those who are for the motion say aye.
Aye.
Those who are against say no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. The motion is carried and grant number 12 is passed. Now we will take up grant number 13. Sri Conrad K. Sangma, Chief Minister in charge, to move, please.
Mr. Speaker, sir, on the recommendation of the Governor, I beg, sir, to move that a sum not exceeding 146 crores 80 lakhs 83,000, including the sum already voted on account for the relevant services, be granted to the Minister in charge to defray certain charges which will come in the course of payment during the year ending the 31st of March 2026 for the administration of the heads 2013 Council of Ministers, 2052 Secretariat General Services, 2251 Secretariat Social Services, 3451 Secretariat Economic Services.
Motion moved. Since there is no cut motion against this grant, let me put the question before the House. The question is that grant number 13 be passed. Those who are for the motion say aye.
Aye.
Those who are against say no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. The motion is carried and grant number 13 is passed. Now we will take up grant number 14. Sri Conrad K. Sangma, Chief Minister in charge, to move, please.
Mr. Speaker, sir, on the recommendation of the Governor, I beg, sir, to move that a sum not exceeding 107 crores 5 lakh 50,000, including the sum already voted on account for the relevant services, be granted to the Minister in charge to defray certain charges which will come in the course of payment during the year ending the 31st of March 2026 for the administration of the heads 2053 District Administration, 2070 other administrative services.
Motion moved. Since there is no cut motion against this grant, let me put the question before the House. The question is that grant number 14 be passed. Those who are for the motion say aye.
Aye.
Those who are against say no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. The motion is carried and grant number 14 is passed. We will now take up grant number 15. Sri Conrad K. Sangma, Chief Minister in charge, to move, please.
Mr. Speaker, sir, on the recommendation of the Governor, I beg, sir, to move that a sum not exceeding 67 crores 26 lakhs 26,000, including the sum already voted on account for the relevant services, be granted to the Minister in charge to defray certain charges which will come in the course of payment during the year ending the 31st of March 2026 for the administration of the heads 2054 Treasury and Accounts Administration.
This is grant number 15. Motion moved. Since there is no cut motion against this grant, let me put the question before the House. The question is that grant number 15 be passed. Those who are for the motion say aye. Those who are against say no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. The motion is carried and grant number 15 is passed. Before we move on to grant number 16, I would like to inform the House that time will be allotted for demand for grants up to 1:30 p.m. Now we take up grant number 16. Sri Preston Tungsong, Deputy Chief Minister in charge, to move, please.
Mr. Speaker, sir, on the recommendation of the Governor, I beg, sir, to move that the sum not exceeding 1,489 crores, 51 lakhs 85,000, including the sum already voted on account for the relevant services, be granted to the Minister in charge to defray certain charges which will come in the course of payment during the year ending 31st March 2026 for the administration of heads 2055 Police, 2070 Other Administrative Services, 2216 Housing, 4055 Capital Outlay on Police.
Motion moved. Now there are two cut motions against the grant tabled by Dr. Mukul Sangma, MLA and Leader of Opposition, and Sri Bright Starwell Marbanyang, MLA. Any one of you can move the cut motion, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to move that the total provision of rupees 1,489, 51 lakhs 85,000 under grant number 16 Major Head 2055 Police, 4055 Capital Outlay on Police at page 190 to 243 of budget be reduced to rupees 1. That is the amount of the whole grant of 148. I think it is 148 crore.
No, it's 1,489 crore.
1,489 crore, 51 lakhs 85,000 do stand reduced to rupees 1.
Motion moved. Now you may initiate the discussion, please.
Mr. Speaker, sir, there are quite a number of cut motions which have been tabled by the honorable members. So I would like to be very brief and specific on few points. Now, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, this crucial support required to this Department of Home Police obviously cannot be undermined. But here, one very important issue is that while the overall police establishment has been supported and provided with all the necessary sanction whenever the demands came, keeping in mind the responsibility of the government to ensure public order and to ensure that overall peace and tranquility in the state is maintained, and overall responsibility, the quantum of which cannot be really quantified upon the police department for various activities. Here, while we provide all this necessary support, at the same time, there are certain areas which is, as it is visible from the demand for grants itself, is somehow skipping the attention of the government. Now, the most important point which I want to raise in this August House to draw the attention of the government is to look at the strength of the police organization in itself. With a daunting task that is before the police organization, we have, having understood this daunting task, agreed to sanction many posts, strengthening the police outposts, strengthening the police stations, establishment of new police stations, establishment of new battalions, RBN battalions, and also strengthening the police headquarters, including various other wings. Now here, the most important aspect is that in spite of this support, which was considered necessary, the department has not been able to fill up the post of wherever vacancies cropped up, to fill up these vacancies on a regular basis. We have been able to adopt the whole transparent recruitment policy in the state of Meghalaya, which enables the police organization to ensure both transparency in recruitment and at the same time expeditious recruitment. Now therefore, this is one area which I would like to request the Honorable Deputy CM to take note of and do the needful that these vacancies are filled up. Even when we fill up these vacancies, we still need to sanction many more posts to strengthen the existing police outposts, particularly along the interstate border. We know the reason why. And at the same time, the areas along the international border, somehow or other, Meghalaya has such a long international border which is referred to as a porous international border, Mr. Deputy Speaker said. Therefore, we know the quantum of the challenges that is vested upon the police organization. We do have the central organization which is under the MHA government of India. But then at the same time, it is inconsistent with the need of our responsibility as state home police in contributing to the internal security of the nation as well as securing the border where our people are considered as vulnerable group of people. So, in addition to filling up of these posts, measures has to be taken to strengthen these existing police outposts and the police stations along this, both the international and interstate border. But when I look at the overall allocation of fund, it appears that we are not looking at further strengthening, but at the same time, the burden of filling up these vacancies is also of paramount importance. Therefore, I would urge the government to ensure that these thousands of vacancies which are there be filled up immediately. The process is on. Earlier in the discussion, we were assured that by March, this whole process of recruitment will be completed. But looking at the whole development of recruitment process, we feel that we are delayed further. Youth are waiting to serve the people. Many of our young boys and girls, youth are willing to serve the people. By joining this police organization, let us give them opportunity at the earliest. And Mr. Speaker, sir, another part is pertaining to the crime against women. The department has separate allocation of fund to deal with this issue. There are instances of innumerable crimes against women and children. Now, overall process of investigation and charge sitting is an issue. There's a huge delay. Therefore, this is an area which I would urge the government to look at, that the process of investigation and charge sitting in respect of these crucial cases be done in a more expeditious manner, and for which the department will have to provide some more support, including strengthening the whole forensic and other related establishments which is under the control of the department. And another part is the huge delay in investigation and charge sitting of various criminal cases which have been registered in different police stations. I have had the privilege to seek this information through my unstarred questions in the preceding session. Huge backlog, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, where the cases have been registered but investigations have not been completed. Where cases have been registered, investigations have started but charge sitting had not been completed. It is precisely because of this vacancy that has resulted in due course of time, which were not filled up on time. Therefore, it is connected with this. But the outcome, the resultant problem is that because of this delay in investigation and charge sitting of the various cases registered in different police stations, justice is delayed. Therefore, the whole administration of justice is adversely affected. Justice delayed is justice denied, as the saying goes. Therefore, this particular responsibility, this honors of responsibility of ensuring justice must be understood by the home police. Therefore, a focus should be provided for this. I have seen many of these people who are somehow directly or indirectly, of course, unless proven guilty, we cannot draw into a conclusion about any men who have been alleged of any crime. Therefore, the burden of living with that sense of guilt by the accused in the whole delay of this investigation and charge sitting and the resultant delay in disposal of the cases has lots of bearing in our society, in our family. Therefore, I think this is one area which I feel should be taken as a priority area. This wing must be strengthened. Our officers must be equipped with all the necessary wherewithal through proper training. This is what we tried to do in the preceding years, but I think we need to do more to ensure that all the officers who are entrusted with this responsibility of investigation of cases registered in different police stations are equipped with all the necessary wherewithal, with the support of a robust training process to be given to them. So I think the department should tie up with all the necessary organizations and may have additional support in the form of training. Maybe we can always take the support of the other arm of our government, the judiciary, and I think this will go a long way in ensuring that people who are somehow directly or indirectly included in the allegations of the crime in the cases that is registered will have the benefit of expeditious disposal of cases. Then another important area of concern. This is the reality. Somehow or other, the men of the organization, they are provided with all the support, including police housing. Now the police housing, it is not confined only to police housing. I have shared this concern even earlier while we were in the government. This housing sector for the government employees must be re-looked into, because what we are providing now is 1 BHK. And we see that all these families, once they start raising the family, who are staying in this accommodation provided by the government, here though it is specific to police, but it is also true for all other departments, just 1 BHK, 2 daughters, 2 sons, where will they study? That's why if we go to police reserve, talk to every man of the organization who have been in Shillong for so many years, their children. Just day before yesterday, I was talking to one of the senior men who is about to retire after 5 years. Posting in Shillong, the capital city. None of the children are graduate. 2 of their children are under matric. The reason? The whole adverse ecosystem. I've seen it while I was studying. I've seen one of my juniors who was struggling to get a time to study, whose father was posted and was in one of the police reserve. I think we will all agree, once we go to the police reserve and look at the accommodation facility, I think we need to review it. This housing for all the government employees, though it is specific to police, as of now, through this cut motion, I think must be minimum 2 BHK, so that the children can have separate space to study and they become productive men and women to contribute for the progress and prosperity of the state. I think Honorable Deputy CM will understand the whole gravity of this issue, so let us take it as a measure to be considered by the government as necessity. Then another area of concern is keeping in mind the huge instances of fire accidents reported repeatedly. In my constituency, I hear about these fire accidents almost twice, thrice, unfortunately, in a week. Dangerous trend. There are certain reasons we try to find out. People tend to go for poaching, this and that, and in the process, they ignite the jungle. Then when fire is there, they go after our animals. There is lots of poaching going on. There are also other reasons for this forest fire. Then there are resultant damage to the houses, dwelling houses. Therefore, this fire service, when we look at the quantum of fund indicated in this proposed demand, does not reflect that new additional investment is being made. We need to not only expand its presence across the state, but also need to modernize it, because the challenges before them is ever mounting on a daily basis. And we see the helplessness of this particular important wing of the police. Therefore, I think as a matter of priority and necessity, with utmost sense of urgency, we should look at, if necessary, please look at additional fund to support this crucial sector of this organization, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir. Then another part is, we have come up with this Meghalaya Resident Safety and Security Act. Now, it is necessary for us to ensure that this mandate of the law is given enough teeth to make its presence felt, to instill a new sense of security and confidence amongst our people. The whole law is designed to achieve that. Therefore, if we look at the fund allocated here, the head is there because it was necessary, but it is not there. There is no fund indicated in this particular subhead where it has been formatted in the demand for this particular grant number 60. So I would like to urge upon the government, look at this responsibility. All other grants are designed to support the organization as usual. But there are already spaces which reflect that there are certain things which are beyond what are usual. So those which are beyond usual must be looked at. Otherwise, what is as usual? It is a simple thing. There's no more extra effort being made by the government. Though the responsibility has been vested based on the mandate of the law, based on the felt need. Therefore, it will be in the fitness of things that look at this particular section and see that the whole mandate of the law is implemented in such a manner that will make other things fall in line in respect of our responsibility towards dealing with the uncontrolled influx from other parts of the country and also the illegal immigration. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, another important part is the traffic. Now, we all know, we all see, when we are positioning the state to be one of the most talked about and one of the most sought after destination, then we have to look at traffic. Traffic can be a deterrence. People will not like to revisit. I have a very good friend of mine who told me, alerted me when I was the chief minister. He rang me up and saying, "Doctor, I'm very happy that I'm in your state, but believe me, I am not going to return anymore because of your pathetic traffic." That time we didn't have the Shillong bypass, of course. So we had a horrible experience. In fact, we have gone through ourselves with that experience. I remember when I have narrated that experience, our minister in charge of health was stuck for 16 hours in the national highway. So that was the kind of situation. We have come a long way. We have now the Shillong bypass. That's why we should expedite that Shillong Western bypass. And that Shillong Western bypass, see, why I'm saying about the road is because traffic is connected with road. Now, police is not consulted when the road is being designed. This is absurd. Everybody expects the traffic police to mend the traffic, and they will have all the reasons to fret. But while designing the road, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, we have had that exercise where a completely comprehensive team sits. So in respect to this management of traffic, I would urge upon the Deputy CM to chair a committee, involve the Minister of Transport also, and you yourself is in charge of PWD, and the Minister of Urban, and other associated departments, and ensure that the whole designing of every road is in sync with what are the constraints that the traffic police face. Where are the bottlenecks? Where we need to have the parking bay? Where we need to have the parking lots? Now, this parking bay is very crucial. It should be the job of the police traffic to indicate where are the traffic bays required to be established in a manner that enables them to manage the traffic in a best possible way. Now, often we say, okay, we are trying our best. If trying our best, if best is the current one, then I think we'll have to revisit what we term as best. Therefore, I would like to recall our earlier discussion when Deputy CM himself was also part of the team, when we decided to have this fund for parking bay. Now, these parking bays are required. Everywhere when we travel abroad, we see a dedicated place for embarkment and disembarkment of passengers. Embarkment and disembarkment of passengers, unless indicated, where will the passenger wait? Here we see anybody standing somewhere and waiting for taxi and signal, taxi will stop. That is what has been going on. Earlier it was okay, but now it is no more okay, because you have ever increasing number of vehicles in the traffic. So let this whole problem of traffic be somehow examined collectively by all the necessary departments who should be brought together to look at the challenges and ideate and conceptualize all the solutions. And at the same time, let us have a dedicated, trained, highly trained, professional traffic police. We see now we are, as a stopgap arrangement, bringing home guards, and they are also not on a regular basis. I think it would be important not to have employees on a temporary basis. If we are inducting them, let us ensure that their job also become regular. If the home guards have been inducted to man the traffic with adequate training, give further training, and create an enabling environment in the recruitment process, provide some space for them to have additional advantage at the time of recruitment. Or let the Home Guard Department and Civil Defense recruit, and then you can always have on a deputation. But having this kind of ad hoc management, ad hoc is always temporary. It is not correct. Our children, sometimes the parents even don't know that it is a temporary appointment. They celebrate, my son has got a job. Suddenly after 2 years they know that, okay, it was not permanent. So they have been relieved of their duty. Ignorance, simplicity, innocence of our people. Therefore, there is a lots of reasons for us to somehow deviate from this whole usual exercise where we see the departments resorting to temporary appointment, contractual appointment. We have not employed our people to that extent that we should say that, okay, the job space is already saturated. Not yet. Look at compare the number of government employees of other states, even smaller states in terms of population. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, these are areas where we need efficient, dedicated people. We cannot expect that kind of efficiency and commitment and dedication if the employees who are assigned with this huge task of responsibility, wherein the integral part is efficiency, commitment, and dedication. With temporary appointment, I think it is unfair. Therefore, the outcome also will be not as desired. So, may I therefore urge upon the government to look at this important aspect of dealing with the problem of our traffic system and which is again connected with the road safety. Now, road safety, who is going to ensure that this whole road safety ultimately becomes a thing of the past? The concern of road safety, the way the roads are designed, how many accidents are taking place. In many cases, what is happening is that the accident cases are not also reported because of obvious reason. Because of obvious reason, then what happens? Then we fail to have the record of the areas which are considered which are in fact accident-prone areas. We are signatory in the affidavit filed before the Honorable Supreme Court to ensure that we take all necessary measures to ensure road safety. Now, many departments, I don't know whether at the time of beautification of urban area, this particular aspect of traffic management and road safety is considered or not. If we go by what we see of the projects being implemented, the manner of projects being implemented, then we can easily draw an conclusion that this is not being done. For the example is the Tura, beautification of Tura town. I don't know who is that brilliant consultant who has given this whole beautification plan, that the pedestrians do not have any more space. The footpath have been encroached. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, it is illegal. It goes against road safety. Nobody bothers to tell because police is not being involved. Police must be involved. If somebody has to, we talk about programs which should be inclusive in nature. Therefore, pedestrian, it is not only able people like us. There will be people who are also not able as us, who may be requiring a wheelchair. Now, in Tura, just imagine anybody, if he has to be escorted in a wheelchair, how will they travel? The footpath, I used to enjoy walking along the footpath. Now the space is encroached. So these are connected with road safety. We want to beautify our cities, our towns, our neighborhoods. But there is a way of doing, not by compromising the safety of the pedestrian. We have to understand that the safety of the pedestrian is paramount important. Now, how will the police regulate when all these hundreds of children are coming out from the school? Just few days back, we heard the honorable member from Umsning speaking about it. I had a review during my time. Road safety connected with traffic management. This road safety fund is available with the government of India. We have to indicate, identify those areas of concern, areas of accident-prone areas. Now, this particular Shillong-Guwahati road, Ribhoi, the NHAI should be told to immediately construct, whether it is underground crossing of the road or overhead footbridge for the pedestrians. It is the responsibility of National Highway Authority of India to ensure safety of the pedestrians. And here in the instant case, it is on a daily basis. On a daily basis that the children, hundreds of children are traveling. So identify the areas from the road safety perspective, and the Minister in charge of transport is the chairman of the State Road Safety Committee. Therefore, it involves all departments. It involves PWD, it involves police, it involves everybody. And the District Road Safety Committee, the DC is the chairman. Therefore, it is a binding responsibility, legal responsibility. And money, a dedicated fund is available for the same purpose. Now, because of this traffic mismanagement, because of accidents, all the challenges of dealing with the victims of accident. Who takes care of the victims of accident? Emergency. Now, emergency, have we been able to put in place the people who will respond, the first responders from the side of the concerned departments. And at the same time, the trauma center. Government of India has provided us out of their dedicated fund to establish trauma centers. There should be a dedicated signage indicating how far is the nearest trauma center. We have got sanctions during our time for Nongpo, for Tura, for Joy, for Shillong. Do we see, after completion, a bold signage indicating where the trauma center is? It is not there. This is necessary. This is legally binding on the concerned committees to ensure and provide. Now you go to the trauma center, there is no dedicated team. There is fund. These whole trauma centers that has been established has been given by Government of India out of that dedicated fund. Therefore, operationalize these trauma centers with proper manpower. You have to have a dedicated manpower. There is a separate emergency in the civil hospital, but the separate trauma center, emergency and separate trauma center, how many people will get injured in any event of accident, we do not know. We do not know when the earthquake will strike and then there will be disaster and therefore trauma center. So dedicated team. Tura, I checked up myself. There is no dedicated team. There is no post created for the trauma center. And similarly, Nongpo, Shillong, we are just sharing the manpower existing with the civil hospital. But for trauma centers, dedicated manpower must be sanctioned. These are connected with traffic management and the resultant problem that we face due to lack of traffic management and the these accident-prone areas which are not identified and which are not corrected. We see interventions from MORTH, Ministry of Road Transport and Highways, pertaining to identifying those accident-prone stretches of the roads, of the national highway. They are doing their job. But what about the state highways? What about those accident-prone areas along different roads? This is also a responsibility towards both traffic management, road safety, and security. That's the reason why I suggested that the mandate of the law of Meghalaya Resident Safety and Security Act be effectively implemented. It also has this particular component. Erection and establishment of CCTVs along the highways, along the accident-prone areas. Because accidents do take place because of unregulated driving also. Now, another part of concern is the way Shillong and other roads are being regulated in terms of traffic. We have relevant law under the MB Act. For aggregation of these transport providers, I will not refer to the Act, but it is necessary for us to regulate this. I was trying to find out what is happening in Meghalaya. What is happening in Meghalaya is that all these aggregators from outside are having their own, those transport service provider. There is a terminology used. I'm just missing that transport, like Rapido. Rapido. Have they registered here as aggregator? Are they regulating? Are they being regulated? These are necessary because it is linked with road safety. It is linked with other security and safety. The identity of the person concerned, who is the transporter. We have a film, The Transporter. So there are challenges associated. Therefore, the law provides all the parameters to be adhered to. And this also comes with not only regulating the service provider, but at the same time also to look at the revenue and how to make a system that all our young boys, all our youth who are willing to be party in this particular entrepreneurship model of providing transport system facilitate, because they have to register. Let there be a kind of single window system where this is expeditiously done. I am made to understand that all those youth of our own state who have embarked upon this space of entrepreneurship to provide this kind of transport services have somehow contributed to a great extent in employing our youth. But there are constraints because of delay in completing the whole process of registering and giving them the necessary permit to be a transporter. So this may be looked at. This is a matter of pride that our youth are coming themselves and utilizing this as a space for becoming entrepreneurs, but at the same time also look at that when they do this when they provide these services, let the mandate of the law be adhered to, which will make everything fall in line in as far as the safety, security of the passengers are concerned. And with these few words, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I would like to draw the attention of the Honorable Deputy CM, an experienced man. He has managed this department for a long time, including the complexity of the problems associated with policing and internal security problem. May I expect that the government look into all other things. There is a, as the scripture says, for your Heavenly Father knows all the things that you are in need of. So government is also like that. The Honorable Deputy CM also knows what are other things that he has to do, what other things the department has to do. But we have sought that look at all other spaces. It is not possible for us to, go to every areas of concern, but I have just flagged few areas of concern. Please look into this and go beyond it. Whatever we are asking, you go beyond it, because that is the responsibility that is vested upon. So with these few words, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I move this motion.
Thank you. Any other member who would like to participate? Baxter, right?
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
But please be brief, because the time allotted for taking up this demand for grant, voting on demand for grant, will be taken up to 1:30 only.
I rise to support the court motion, which we have moved together with the Honorable LO, Dr. Mukul Sangma. Many of the concerns actually have been raised by the Honorable LO. I would like to be very brief. There are certain issues and concerns that I would like to raise before the Honorable Home Minister. As we are aware that the policeman, the job of the policeman is of very utmost importance. And the service that they give is also for the safety and security of the whole society. They were entrusted with the law and order and also with emergency services. And when you look at the government employee, we can see that there are two sets of government employee. One in the civil line and the other one is in the armed forces. And as far as those in the armed forces is concerned, whether in the police department or in emergency services that we have, the service that is required from these police personnel and those involved in emergency services, they are expected to give a 24/7 service, or so to say 365 days in a year. And when you look at the nature of the job of a policeman, especially those in the non-gazetted posts, when you look at in a year there are 365 days. And these police personnel, and especially in emergency services, they were expected to be on their toes, as I said, 24/7 or 365 days in a year, including Saturdays and Sundays, which is, when you calculate, there are 52 days, 52 weeks in a year, 52 into 2. They put in extra 104 days when compared to those in the civil line or civil services. Though police personnel, they are entitled to an earned leave of 30 days in a year, and apart from that, they are entitled to a CL of 15 days, plus only an additional CL of 10 days. So I would like to draw the attention of the Honorable Minister that, that as part of the services that the police personnel give to the society, the government has come up with a scheme, which is known as the special pay for holiday foregone. And as per this scheme, the police personnel, they have been remunerated with an amount of 5,000 rupees per year, which have just been increased in the year 2021. In fact, prior to that, they have been remunerated only rupees 2,500. But what I would like to draw the attention of the Honorable Minister is that prior to this, the special pay for holiday foregone to police personnel, previously they got as per their basic pay scale of 1 month. That is what they usually get when this lump sum amount comes into place. So I will request the Honorable Minister to kindly review and bring back this old scheme of remunerating the police personnel, not just a lump sum amount of 5,000, which is very less, to revert back to the basic pay scale of 1 month, which even though if we revert back to the basic pay scale, I feel that it is very less. As I've already mentioned, that 52 weeks in a year into 2, taking into account only Saturday and Sunday, that they give an extra of 104 days in a year, 4 days in a year, an extra 3 months compared to those in civil services. And I will also request, because recently, as far as the special pay for holiday foregone is concerned, previously it is from the constable rank up to the SI rank. But recently, even SIs were not entitled to this special pay. So I will request the government of the day to kindly extend the special pay for holiday foregone to the sub-inspector rank, or if possible, even to the inspector rank, and to revert back to the basic pay scale of 1 month. So with these few submissions, I will resume my seat.
Charles Punrop. So I also rise to take part in the cut motion tabled by Dr. Mugul Sama, leader of the opposition, and Bricewell Marbanias. So a few points only, just to save time for everybody to speak, is so we are looking at a smart city, and there is a document here which is quite exhaustive, suggesting that Shillong, the infrastructure and the expenditure involved, is going to turn this city into a smart city. But for that, sir, we need smart people around. And one of the first respondents to anybody coming into the city is the police department. That's why in the budget speech, I had mentioned the creation of vehicle pounds, where any vehicle which is impounded because of accident or theft or any other crime is kept in a particular designated location. Today, most of the police stations, right from Morakaneng up to Barnihat, because that's the route I travel quite often, these police stations have turned into vehicle graveyards. Matter of fact, we have more vehicles inside the police station which are damaged than the space that is required for people to go and interact with the police officers. So the first point is the police should look into this and remove all the vehicles which are on the road. If you see in Barnihat, sir, right from the police station up to the check gate of the old sales tax, those vehicles in one line somehow even form part of the landscape. You can you can just partially see the size of the vehicle because of the grass and the foliage that has covered it. Now that is a very bad impression one gets when you enter Shillong or enter the state of Meghalaya. So that should be created immediately. And secondly, sir, you want to beautify the city, you have to beautify the police station. Because today anyone entering the police stations feel that they are going into a place that looks close to like a dungeon. Because there is no upkeep, there is no upgradation. Therefore, in these circumstances, the morale not only of the police people who are attending, manning the stations, even the persons who are going in there to seek some help, their first impression is very depressing. So these are the few things which I think the police department has to look into, sir. Then coming also to, sir, the attitude. We understand that under very difficult circumstances, the police personnel are doing their duty to the best of their ability. But when it comes to discharging your duties, there is certain responsibility that comes with it. Why I am saying so this? Today we are trying to promote the state as a tourism destination. And the tourism department is doing quite well in that manner to promote tourism. But every day you will see, sir, that when a vehicle from Assam or outside the state drives into our city, invariably they make some mistake somewhere because of the one-way traffic system, which at times changes because of the needs that is required and as decided by the police department or the traffic police. They stop the vehicle. Now what is the duty of the policeman at that point of time? Is to instruct and educate the driver that you have driven into a known entry, so you need to back out and go the right way. But no. Irrespective of the persons who are sitting inside, some of them are women, children who've traveled long distances. Then they start arguing with the driver and wasting time and forgetting why they are there. To ensure the smooth flow, that chapter they've forgotten and they go and argue with the driver, and perhaps when some money exchange hands, then they have to go. Now that is very sad. That shouldn't happen, sir. Because that gives a very bad name to the police force of our state who are doing their job under very difficult circumstances, as mentioned by our LO. So this is one of the points which should be raised. And therefore, keeping these strategic locations should be manned by police personnel who are trained and with some degree of etiquette and integrity. That should be there. Otherwise, no matter what you do, we will be always given a remark that the Shillong police are very corrupt. Why? Because they do all this. I have noticed, sir, in Mobley, when these vehicles are going back to their respective states via Silchar and to Tripura, all these vehicles are stopped. For what? For what reason? They have not broken any law. But because their number plate is not ML. So I have driven from Shillong to Darjeeling, which I do every year for some family reason. I have never been stopped in any part of the road from Barnihat up to Srirampur up to Siliguri. Why? Because I'm driving the road. Here they get stopped everywhere. I don't know if in the last, prior to the LA elections, the road from Puriang, Morkaneng, up to Lat Umsao, which is the Riboy district, there used to be these illegal check gates, or legal, I don't know. And those check gates were manned by people purportedly from the district council. But if you look a little behind, there'll be a police jeep there. What is the police doing there? Stopping trucks for what? If there is no illegal trade of mining or coal being transported, why do you need to have a check gate? There are no check gates in other highways. What are the police doing there? So this question was raised here in this house many a time. In fact, I even called the superintendent of police of the various of the relevant districts to inform them about that. I don't know if the district council has now removed these gates or they still exist. For what reason? And backed by the police. This is very sad, sir, that our police personnel are resorting to such type of activities. Thirdly, sir, there are times when there are fires, now this forest fires or house fires. It happened in the year 2023, sir. There was a fire in Rinja. The entire sawmill and a house got gutted. It almost completely gutted the primary health center. Because we couldn't get to the fire station at that time of the night. Someone had to drive from Rinja to Yoringhap Fire Brigade and then bring the... I think it will be prudent, sir, if the department considers placing some fire tenders as a first response team in strategic locations. I know it's not possible all over the place, but at least in strategic locations, before the entire team comes, at least a fire tender in some places. This is also, sir, I would like to raise here in this house, and I hope the police department and the Honorable Minister will take note of this, sir. So one incident I must share with you, and this time was recently, about 2 weeks ago, sir, in the locality where I reside, Boxe. Now, Boxe has made some new rules, which has been very effective for the movement of traffic. So you go round and round in circles, but you don't encounter any traffic jam or block. It happened about in the evening, past 7 o'clock. Somehow one truck entered the locality and went the wrong way, and he was stopped at the junction, which was directly below my window, my bedroom window. And there was a lot of commotion. I said, what happened here? I saw this truck, huge 10-tonner, the driver, and there were two police personnel on a motorbike. And they were arguing. Sir, I had to intervene, not to reprimand the driver, but the police personnel. I said, your duty is to tell him that you've gone the wrong way and this is the right way, which is just another 10 meters ahead. Turn left and drive down, please. But I heard them speaking in Khasi. Pandang pisam, eh? You know, which means, in English, asking for money. Now, so if our police personnel behave in this manner, how do you expect us to trust them? Today, people don't wear helmets because they're scared of their head going to break on the road, or fall down and hit their head. They're scared because the police will find them. But this again comes us to bring another point. A young girl was driving a scooty, stopped at Mora. She calls me, says, Mama, I need to pay a fine of 500 rupees. I said, why? I said, I got no license. I said, then you pay. She said, I had no money to pay. So I G-paid her the amount. I said, pay the police there. Apparently, the person who took the money was also paid by G-pay, but it was a personal account. Now, where did the money go? We don't know. After that, that young girl, underage, no license, sat on a scooty and drove off. Where is the justification? That scooter should have been impounded and taken to the thana and then ask someone who's responsible to collect it. So in one way, you fine the person 500 for having no license, and then after paying the fine, you let her sit on the scooty and go. That's another crime. So these things, I'm highlighting, not because of my distrust in the entire department, but to highlight a few points that we should educate our police officers, especially manning the streets. I know, like the Honorable Member from Meghalaya said, you're working day in and day out. But that doesn't justify the actions which you do, which are illegal, by persons who are supposed to uphold the law. That's why, sir, I once again, if I conclude, but still place my appreciation for the work the police department is doing in trying to control the situation as it is, but to be more sensitive to the people who come into our state and those who are also living here. Sir. Thank you, sir.
Adelbert Nongram. Adelbert Nongram.
Thank you so much, Speaker, sir. As well, the Honorable Member, LO, Dr. Mukul Sama, and who had moved this court motion, and also our Honorable Member, Bob Wright, Sir Will Marbening. It is really a fact to see that things are reality, especially when we come to this very prime subject, the police department. It is a policy matter, in fact, no doubt. The matter relates to the sad, shocking, untimely death of 25 years old Kong Darisha Lingdo Kinchi and her 2-month-old son, who were found dead on the morning of 2nd March 2025 under unnatural circumstances at a shallow reservoir in Langtor village of eastern West Khasi Hills. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, just 2 days ago, even as this August House was still in session, residents of Langtor village from all walks of life, including students, women, social workers, and NGOs, have come out onto the street in large numbers at the public rally held at the village to demand justice for Kong Darisha and her child. Mr. Speaker, sir, the death of this young lady and her infant baby is a matter not restricted to just Langtor village or to eastern West Khas Hills, but the pain of this shocking and untimely death is felt with grief and sadness in the society across the entire Khas Hills and even the state at large. And the reason why there is grief, sadness and pain is because as a society we came to know from news report and from news channel on YouTube that Mairang police station had prior and adequate knowledge about the threat to life of late Kong Darisha. We came to know that right from 12 February 2025, when the family members of Kong Darisha learned of threat being made by a particular person who had demanded that his name be removed from documents like birth certificate and baby report, which mentioned him as father of the child of Kong Darisha. The family members of Kong Darisha and promptly lodged an FIR at Mairang police station requesting for police protection. And because this unnamed person had sent a pleader's notice through an advocate mentioning the requirement of a DNA test. The family members of Kong Darisha and in the FIR lodge at Mairang police station asked authorities to facilitate a DNA test for ascertaining the paternity of Kong Darisha child. Mr. Speaker, sir, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I am presently a member of the Committee on Women, and it is one of my role and function to be apprised about crimes against women that happen everywhere in a state. Just a few months ago, in December last year, the Assembly Committee had visited the survivor of a horrific domestic violence incident at Niryang village in Thalaskeng block of West Jaintia Hills. The victim was allegedly set on fire by her own husband. And the chairperson of Assembly Committee has said during that visit that the extent of damage inflicted upon the victim may take months and years to heal. Deputy Speaker, sir, these painful stories have been happening over and over again. We recall 7 years ago, in June 2018, a heinous crime was committed at Mission Compound locality under my constituency of North Shillong, where a 3-week-old infant baby was allegedly murdered by the ex-husband of the mother of the infant baby. The ex-husband had climbed the terrace of the house and came down to his ex-wife's room in the middle of the night to attack his ex-wife, and then carried the child upstairs to terrace where he dumped the broken body of the child in a bucket of water. Very painful and pathetic. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, again, how can we forget the death of late Kong Korfilia Nongkenri, 23 years old and resident of Raisamthia, again as recent as this year. And this month on 2nd March 2025, Again, how can we forget the death of late Kong Korfilia Nongkenri, 23 years old and resident of Raisamthia, again on the constituency I represent. Late Kong Korfilia was 7 months pregnant when she was murdered by her own boyfriend in September 20 02. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, painful stories like these are repeating over and over again. And it has happened again as recent as this year and this month on 2nd March 2025 at Langtor village in east and west Khas Hills. And what is so hurtful this time round at Langtor village is that the police at Mairang police station had ample knowledge that there was a threat to life of late Kong Darisha Lingdo Kenshi. I cannot bear to remember the widely seen photo of a young lady still straddling her 2-month-old baby on her back, both lying dead in a shallow water reservoir at Langtor village. That haunting image will stay. Deputy Speaker, sir, I ask a simple question in this August House today. Where is the security to women and young children in our state? And this question is not only for the government of the day, but to the police department, to the State Women's Commission, to the Social Welfare Department, and to every other authority who is in a role to protect our women and children. I also take this opportunity to highlight another one issue which had already deliberated by our Honorable LO, the traffic congestion, which every common people are suffering now. It is not because of a narrow road. I don't believe, and I will never accept. It is because of the narrow mind of the people. I really would like to see the light of the day from the police department, police traffic department, whether they can act accordingly, whether they apply or implementing the Motor Vehicle Act, or it's just an act or a policy which later on converting into a conspiracy. So sad to see this very menace issue had troubled the state as a whole. It is not that I don't see that the police traffic, it's not that they cannot tackle this issue. It is because they don't have the will. They should have the guts to take action there and then. If it is the case, let's say, me, as an MLA, if I violate the rules, whether there's not, which doesn't allow to for parking, to use for parking, or for any other purposes, if they found that I been violated, please do accordingly. Accidents are taking place every day. Why the police cannot take action? Because of the rough, rushing drive, indisciplined driving. I love to remind that once I had mentioned that if our respected police traffic, if they don't have the guts, or if they are feeling shame to perform the duties, take off your uniform. On every important intersection point, the police traffic, they should be available. At least 2 shifts of timing. they should be in the position. And the other line department, DTO, municipal, PWD, this also sometime we have seen that there is an obstruction in the road. Maybe an example, I may draw to the attention of this house, that like Kitting Road, there is many shop owner who are dealing with material, vehicle material. The department should do homework, should draw the line in the very spot that they should not exceed the line. Because this is also a very small issue, and this very small issue is converted always into a big issue. And I don't know whether the department does a flying squad. Where are they? We have seen some year ago they had launched, but I never see, or others could see, that they are on the spot. Wrong overtaking, it may create unsafety and unsecure for the people, for the commuters. It is the absolute duty of the police traffic. We would like to see that they should experience enough with this very menace issue. An example I may give, when it comes to my constituency, that particular spot, I myself, most of the time, visiting the spot, it is not my duty, it is the absolute duty of the traffic. That junction had created a big problem for the whole area touching towards Waindo, Raisamthia, Mokhar, Jayao, Molai, Sampor, Molai. Unnecessary traffic congestion. They should apply their mind. They should apply their ideas how to resolve this matter, which unnecessary given problem to the people at large. These small issue, it will definitely create to a big issue. That's why prevention is better than cure. What I feel that the police department, we would like to see that from this very moment, we would like to see that you are proactive in the position where you are. Sir, Honorable Deputy Speaker, sir, I myself as a local representative of that particular area, constituency, I don't see that by keeping that barricade in front of the exit from Tamyo Molong, I don't see that it is the need of the hour. I would like to suggest or urge the government through the Honorable Minister that there is no such law and order. If there is a law and order problem, that is another thing which I don't dare to raise objection. Which the people are facing unnecessary problem. This is a mass participation which need from all across. So I will not take much of the time. So I would like once again to thank the honorable member who moved this court motion, which allow me to get this opportunity to voice or to raise the issue. Thank you so much, Deputy Speaker, sir.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I also rise to support the court motion jointly moved by Dr. Mukul Sangma, the leader of the opposition, and by Bright Starwell Mabanyang. So I'll be very brief. So we know that the police department is one of the most important department in the government. It is one of the machineries that is being designed to enforce law in the state. So, sir, I would like to dwell on one issue, and that is about the police and public relation. I feel this is very important, sir. We need to create an impression where the people will feel free to approach the police officer. We know that the duty of the police department is to serve and protect the people. Though it is one of the government machineries, but it should not be allowed to be seen that this department is going to protect the rich and the mighty only, and to show the concern for people in power only. So I know that there is a trust deficit as far as the police department is concerned. Common citizens are always reluctant to approach the police because there is always a partiality in dealing with matters concerning the common people. I've come across many cases where people are afraid to approach the police to complain for any problem. And recently, I had come across one particular case where person will have to withdraw the FIR against certain individual because of the lack of trust in the police department. So, sir, I feel that we need to get rid of this trust deficit. How to engage with the people. I think it will be advisable for the department to carry out, to conduct many programs that will bring the people closer to the department. So I'm saying this, we will be able to solve many of the problems if the police department gets the cooperation of the people. We don't want to see that the people are following the rules or the law because of the fear. They should be made to understand that we need to be law-abiding citizens. That will come only if we win the hearts of the people, not by just imposing fines or any harsh measures that we will take from the police department. So I feel that the police first must win the heart of the people. The police must be able to be seen as the protector of the people. Then only we will be able to solve many minor issues that we are experiencing as the state. Because we know that the police, due to the shortage of manpower, will not be able to handle every single case. We need the cooperation of the common people. We need the cooperation of the village people. So how do we win their hearts? How do we draw them closer to the police department if there is an impression that this department is protecting the rich and the mighty only? So we need to understand that the police department stands not only for those people who are at the helm of affairs, stands not only for the rich and the mighty, but police stands for the entire state, and every citizen of the state needs to be served and protected by the police department. So I feel that if the police department can adopt an approach where the people will not take them as terror, but as a real protector, then we will be able to move forward. We will be able to solve many problems, even congestion, all these violations in traffic rules. You will look at many youths. They will put their helmet on their heads before they reach the police junction. What is that? That indicates that they understand that it is their duty to put the helmet on their heads for their safety, but because of the fear. So we need to remove this fear from the minds of the people. We need to remove this fear. So therefore, we need to create a cordial atmosphere between the public and the police. So this is my concern. And this is what I can suggest and submit to this August House. I feel if the police change their approach towards the people, then the people will cooperate. Once you get the cooperation of the people, I'm telling you, we will be able to solve many problems. So, sir, since many concerns had already been raised by the other members, I would therefore stress on building a good police and public relation, create a cordial atmosphere, get rid of this fear in the minds of the people about the police department, then we will be able to improve the functioning of this department. So another point that I would also like to get a clarification from the Honorable Deputy Chief Minister in charge Home is about the status of the fire service station in Smith. So it has come to my notice that the government has already sanctioned. So I just want to know the status of this fire service station in Smith as the local representative of the constituency. So with these few words, sir, I wish you my seat.
Having
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Deputy Speaker, sir, for allowing me to take part in the commission as jointly tabled by Dr. Mukul Stangma, Leader of Opposition, and my Bright Travel, Madam Yang MLA. So I just be brief. I have so many areas of concern, but this time I have one area of concern to be raised now, that is in particular. So in the last few years, I have observed that many road accidents taking place at New Shillong Township. So last year, I have requested the Procedural Department to construct some speed breakers. I appreciate the department for the prompt action and have done that, but I found just this, this rubber strips. So these rubber strips are not strong and effective. Just last few days, 2 accident cases took place in which one young lady also died in the accident, and again another young man also died in that accident. So my humble suggestion this time is that, if possible, I request the government, the Deputy Chief Minister in charge of road, that if possible, so to reconstruct some speed breakers which are more strong and effective. Even then, now we have that rubber strip, but not so strong. The vehicles, are driving at a high speed. So many speeding vehicles and this scooters used to go at high speed, so causes too many accident cases. So this is my area of concern. I request the government that, number one, to reconstruct with more strong and effective speed breakers. Number two, to deploy this police patrolling in regular basis, because so many illegal activities are there. And another one, so I request government that if they also construct this footpath for the people who walk on foot. So with this few suggestions, I request the government to take care of it. And at the same time, I appreciate the Honorable Deputy Chief Minister for notification of the creation of emergency and festival station at Marketing recently. Thank you, sir. With these few words, I resume my seat.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for allowing me to take part in this cut motion moved by Honorable Leader of the Opposition, Dr. Mukul Sangma, and Honorable MLA from Molai. I'll be very specific in my submissions, as already some of the honorable members, they have spoken at length about the function of the police home. So I'll be very, very short in my submission. So, in the aspects of accommodation and buildings, I would like to draw the kind attention of the Honorable Deputy Chief Minister, who is looking after the Home Police, towards the 49 Dadangri constituency, which is my constituency. Since last year, I have been raising this voice about the construction of police station in Damalasmu, which is at present functioning in a forest IB. And the staff, the police personnel, they are staying in a very pathetic manner in a makeshift bamboo camp. So, this is my concern. Those people who are responsible for the safety and security of the citizens are staying in a very pathetic manner. So, this is a serious concern which I would like to bring the attention of the government of the day for the immediate address. And another issue which I have been observing is absence of women police officials and constables in my constituency police stations. I have 3 police stations under my constituency, that is Damalasem, Dadengri, and Jingjal. In these 3 police stations, there is absence of police constables, women police constables. So, to address the women-related cases, always the cases are being referred to the Tura Women Police Station. So, it's very far from the location of the police stations, and sometimes it is inconvenience to the ladies, for the accused as well as for the victims to go to the Tura. Actually, accused doesn't need to go, but those people, those women police constables or the officials, they should have to come to Dadengri. It's very far. So I would like to draw the kind attention of the government to at least station women constables and women police officials in those 3 police stations to address the women-related cases. And the other issue which I would like to draw the kind attention of the Honorable Deputy Chief Minister is providing proper vehicles for the police. I would like to put one example, that is in Dadengri police station. They are provided with a Bolero, Mahindra Bolero. So Dadengri has a lots of hilly terrains. During the monsoon season, it is inaccessible with Boleros. So, if some cases arise, if some cases happen in interior villages during the monsoon season, police are reaching there very late because of the not presence of proper vehicles to access the hilly terrains. So this is my humble request that in these police stations, a proper vehicle should be provided so that the police personnel can reach the spot in the exact time. Otherwise, as we have seen in the movies also, the police used to reach very late. People used to say that in those areas. So this is my humble request. And a fire and emergency service in Jingjal civil subdivision has to be stationed, established, because Jingjal has been recently upgraded into a civil subdivision. So being a civil subdivision headquarters, a fire and emergency service should be there. This is my humble request. And while addressing the traffic congestions, it has been observed and it has been informed to me that the police, the SF-10 commandos who were recruited for the counter-insurgency operations in the past is now being given the charge to man the responsibility to man the roads without proper training being given. So, without proper training being given to those personnel, it is not possible to see the traffic problems which is happening in Tura especially. I have observed. I don't know about Khasi Hills and Jaintia Hills in other parts, but especially I have observed in Tura, and it has been informed to me that these personnel who are very much well trained in counter-insurgency operations are being given the responsibility to look after the traffic. So these are my areas of concern which I would like to put forward to the government of the day to look after it with a serious concern. With this few submissions, I think I will resume my seat, and I lay my hope on this government that these all problems will be resolved. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for allowing me to participate on this court motion. Sir, I will be very brief, but only 2 points for which I believe it is very, very important point for all of us. Sir, I want to request the government of the day through the Home Police to review again on the no entry and on the no parking. Sir, there are places where they have given no parking, but the space is very much conducive, it's very much available for parking. There is no reason. I am requesting the department to go and recheck it again. There are places, I will quote the example, like opposite that Polo Tower. They have written there no parking, but everybody parked there because the space is very good, big space are there. And every time people park there, no police also take away the cars because the space is very good, but it's written no parking.
Where it is?
It is just opposite Polo Tower, sir. And then, sir, I found also that the police, they have restricted the road width here in Lumparing. I have taken the photo also with me. There's no meaning why to erect those obstruction just to not allow car to be parked there. They have restricted the road by erecting the pipe which is permanently obstructing and reducing the width of the road. So I don't think that also is required to do that. But I have seen in some places the road are there. Sir, again, I just put the example, this relevant point, where we go out from here, from the assembly. In that point, all the time, it's no entry, but now they allowed us, because we came from the assembly, so they allowed us to go to take the right turn. But most of the time, that point also, no entry is there. But what happened, I saw all cars, because no entry from that point, so they take left, and then from just 100 meters away from that point, they take the right turn again, which is more disturbing. It's more disturbing to the commuters. So my request, sir, there are some point where as no entry given, but this no point doesn't help people, because the point is that to help easing the traffic. But in such cases, I would request the department, sir, if they can review it again to see if no entry given, there should be a meaning. No parking given also, there should be a meaning. But another point, sir, see, because we are very less, we don't have enough parking space. So my request is that in the space, on the roadside where we have enough space to park, why we don't allow people to park? There are space in the road where it is very convenient, where there is enough space to park the car. So why we don't allow people to park there since we don't have also enough parking? So my point is that wherever required to keep no parking, yes, I agree. But there are spaces where it's very convenient and enough space is there for parking. I think we should allow people to park over there, sir. I remember, sir, there's last 2 years, they have given no entry from that point of that Mau Yong Shillong bypass. I remember very clearly, and I keep agitating to myself that they have given no entry from that point, that what you call that Nehu, near Nehu point, that Mautawar point. They have given no entry, not allowing vehicle to go. Such a big road, intermediate road, but they have given no entry anyway. Later on, it has been removed. So such kind of thing, which I really want to request the department to review it again, to see where it is given no entry, there should be a meaning, and it should help people commuting. And when there is no parking also, it should help and it should be meaningful. That's my request, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Dr. Mejan Nunias.
Deputy Speaker, sir, thank you for allowing me to participate in this cut motion tabled by Dr. Mukul Sangma, Honorable Allo, and Shri Brightwell Star Marvaniang, Honorable MLA. Already much have been deliberated. I don't have any much to say here. I'll be very brief, and it will be my constituency centric. Sir, in my constituency, Rajabala police station is there. I just want to share with the Honorable Minister, sir, that the condition of the building is very bad. Even the lock-up facilities that are there, that is also in unacceptable condition. During flood times, it is very difficult to even go to the police station. And also, there are no adequate quarters for the staff of the police station. So I request the Honorable Deputy CM, sir, through you, to kindly look into the building aspect of the police station and to provide adequate quarters for the staffs. And secondly, as we all know, that these days crime against women is a very, very increasing factor. And mine being in the plain belt area, there are a lot of incidences of crime against women. But unfortunately, in Rajabala police station, there is no WPSI. Rajabala is around 80 kilometers from Tura. So in case of even the smallest complaint, our people have to go to Tura police station to address their issue. So I request the Honorable Deputy Chief Minister, sir, to kindly sanction WPSI at the earliest to Rajabala police station. Thirdly, I am aware that one fire and emergency services has been sanctioned within Rajabala area, and I think land also is already been acquired. As we know that Rajabala area is prone to fire incidents every year. So I request the Honorable Deputy Chief Minister, sir, to kindly expedite the construction and operation of these Rajabala fire and emergency services so that people of that area can be benefited. And fourthly, through you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I want to request our Honorable Deputy CM, sir, to kindly create a police outpost under Rajabala police station in Wadagogiri area, because that falls between Fulbari and Rajabala. So it becomes difficult to manage that area from either Rajabala or Fulbari area. So I would like to request him to kindly consider creating a police outpost in Wadagogiri area. That's my humble submission, and with this submission I resume my seat. Thank you, Deputy Speaker, sir.
Anyone who would like to participate? If there is none to participate, then may I request Deputy Chief Minister, Minister in charge, to make a reply.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, at the outset, I take this opportunity to thank Dr. Mukul Sangma, Honorable Leader of Opposition and MLA from Songsak constituency, for moving this court motion in this August House jointly with Mr. Bryce Towell Marbanyang, Honorable MLA from Meghalaya constituency. I also thank the honorable members in participating this court motion. Mr. Charles Pungrop, Mr. Adelbert Nongrum, Mr. Aden Basaymoit, Honorable MLA, Mr. Livingstone Khatpran, Honorable MLA, Mr. Rupa Marak, MLA, and Ba Renington, Honorable MLA from Maukarwat, and also Dr. Kaji, MLA of Rajabala. Sir, before I proceed further, there are so many points, so many issues raised by the respective honorable members relating to the style and functioning of the police department. In case if I am not able to touch those points, those issues, sir, let me assure the honorable members in this August House, it does not mean that we did not note down the issues, but those issues should also be treated as noted down, and action will be further examined and will be also taken accordingly to meet the aspiration of the people of the state. Sir, Meghalaya Police, few points, the background of the Meghalaya Police, which is the sentinels of law in the state, has been pivotal in bringing about peace, prosperity, and progress in the abode of clouds. Throughout the 50 years journey of the state, Meghalaya Police has overcome dire challenges of insurgency, agitations, riots, heinous criminal activities, border conflicts, and many other issues being taken care of by the police department. The valor and courage exhibited by the officials of the department while tackling these challenges has not only received conferment of distinguishable awards from the state government, but has also received nationwide recognition. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, the police department is headed by the DGP, and under the command of the DGP, several senior officers in the rank of IGPs, DIGs, SPs, commandants holding charge of various offices. Sir, as on February 2025, the sanction strength of Meghalaya Police in the state is 17,560. Sir, the department is broadly divided into police range, the district executive force, battalions, and various other units. At present, there are two ranges, which are Eastern and Western Range, headed by an officer of the rank of DIGs. 12 district executive force which are headed by an officer of the rank of SPs, 7 battalions including the elite unit Special Force 10, which are headed by a commandant. Sir, there are various other units within the department, which are the Special Branch, Criminal Investigation Department, CID, Directorate of Anti-Infiltration, AID, Fire and Emergency Services, Police Training School, Meghalaya Police Academy, Meghalaya Police Radio Organization, Cyber and Anti-Narcotic Task Force, and Anti-Terror Squad. So these district executive force, battalion and units perform specific functions as mandated by the Meghalaya Police Act 2010, which came into force by number LLB 146/2010/02 dated 7 February 2010. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, as I've said, there are quite a number of issues raised by the honorable members of this August House during the discussion on this particular court motion. And few of them raised by the honorable leader of opposition relating to the shortage of manpower that we have, and also the role played by the Meghalaya Police Recruitment Board for filling up those vacancies which was lying vacant for long years. And I would like to clarify, I would like to state that the process of recruitment is on, and we have almost 3,000 posts which are lying vacant for many years, and now the board is tasked to complete the process of recruitment at the earliest possible, because 3,000 strength, which we are in shortage of manpower, has really affected the function of the police department in the state of Meghalaya. Sir, I would like to assure the August House that by the end of June 2025, by the first quarter of the next financial year, 25-26, I'm very sure the process of recruitment will be completed. And the Honorable LO has also mentioned about the delay in the investigation and charge sheeting of different registered cases. Sir, as I've replied, yes, we have seen the delay in the investigation and even charge sheeting. The main reason is because of the shortage of manpower. But however, sir, from the department, we are trying our best to make sure that investigation and charge sheeting be completed at the earliest possible. And we have discussed this issue. The DGP herself is also taking the whole responsibility of pursuing those pending cases to reach to a conclusion. And Honorable LO mentioned about the shortage of housing facilities for the personnel, which is also true. And sir, in this coming years, the department intends to shift the present housing complex of the Reserve Police from Police Bazaar to New Shillong Township, and Urban Affairs Department is in the process of finalizing the land required by the Police Department, and I'm very sure very soon we'll be able to get the land. And once this is handed over to us, I'm very sure we'll be able to plan at least the grade 4 level employees should not suffer, and at least minimum requirement of 2 VHK should be provided according to the category of the employees. But minimum, I also agree with the submission made by the Honorable Leader of Opposition that we should consider this on humanitarian ground, that minimum 2 VHK should be provided to the employees irrespective of below grade 4, grade 5, grade 6 or whatever. Sir, as far as the fire accidents is concerned, yes, especially during the dry season, we have a lot of issues, sir. And the department is trying to strengthen the manpower, and not only the manpower, even the requirement, the equipments that is needed to. And recently, sir, I'm happy to inform that the Government of India from the Home Ministry has considered the proposal of the government of the Police Department to the tune of more or less 42 crores for procurement of those logistic equipments which needed in different parts of the state. And once this is done, sir, I'm very sure we'll be able to improve the services of the fire service in the state of Meghalaya. And yes, sir, I've already noted down also about the parking bay. The parking bay, because the subject of traffic also was already mentioned by the Honorable LO and other members of this August House, who shown the concern of the traffic congestion that we have, especially in the urban areas. Not only in Shillong, I think throughout the state, sir, we see the tendency of traffic congestion that we have. And from the police department, yes, sir, we, in consultation, working together with different related departments, we will make sure, sir, that those submissions or suggestions made by the honorable members is taken care of. And the government under the Urban Affairs Department has also, as far as Shillong is concerned, identified few places of parking bay. The parking bay is being created in and around Shillong, and I'm very sure during this next financial year, we will be able to create this parking bay to at least ease the present situation of the traffic issue that we have in the state. And I would also like to mention, since this subject is about the traffic, Renik Tongkar, he has already mentioned about that no parking, no entry zone. Yes, sir, this issue, in fact, it is not at all permanent. I assure the honorable member that we will again review, we will again revisit, because there are few localities which they themselves from the locality, they meet the SP traffic, they meet even in my level. We discuss about trying to find out ways and means how to ease the traffic congestion. So sometimes we propose on trial basis, maybe from portion A to portion B, maybe we will have some kind of no entry or maybe some kind of no parking. But on trial basis during that time, if we see that it does not help, then again we will change it accordingly. So, sir, we will again review, we will again revisit this issue too. Sir, our leader of opposition has mentioned about the implementation of MRSSA. Sir, yes, again, police is the main agency who has to implement this MRSSA in each and every locality in consultation with the concerned village authority or community authority. But the only issue, as rightly said by the Honorable LO, we have a shortage of manpower. Therefore, we could not really perform as prescribed by the Act. And therefore, once the recruitment process is completed, we will further strengthen each and every police station, each and every police outpost to meet all the laid down criteria out of this MRSSA to make sure that each and every citizen who comes freshly from outside the state get themselves registered, and verification has to be done by the respective police station, police outpost, and thereafter this information has to be transferred to the district task committee, which was already constituted and also which is already in operation. So we're talking also about the issue, I think Aden Basaumoit, he did talk about the issue of the public relation between the public and the police, which I personally feel it is a very, very good suggestion submitted and made by the honorable member from Nongkrem. Sir, for the information of the honorable members in this August House, in fact, we do have the liaison group up to the level of the police outpost. But with the discussion that we have today, I would like to assure the honorable members and the members of this August House, we will further strengthen this sector, will further strengthen, because we really wanted to make sure that our police personnel up to the outpost level or up to the grassroots level, they are friendly officers or friendly people with anybody, irrespective whether urban or rural area. So that is our intention from the government side, sir. And thank you so much, Aden Basaumoit. You have given this suggestion to us, and as I've said, we will surely strengthen further whatever we already started, but we will further strengthen to the best ability to make sure that people of this state does not ultimately complain the relationship between the police and the public. Sir, we will also have a regular workshop, seminars with all the local headmen, with all the stakeholders concerned in every OP and every PS throughout the state. That's I would like to inform the House that we have already planned also about this, that we will go down up to the village level where the police in charge, the OC in charge can reach out up to the level of the individual household. And that is the intention of the government to make sure, as I said, because nowadays we have seen the challenges that the government have is not only for policing alone, but we have so many issues. Now even the drugs issues is coming in the state. And then we have these crimes against women, against children, which I personally feel ultimately we will get a positive result only by building up the relationship between the police and the local village authority as well as with the local citizens of the state. So, sir, we will make sure that this aspiration happens in the years to come. Honorable Member by Charles Ponglop, sir, he did mention about the, I think the other day during the question or during the motion, some members point out about the accident vehicle which was lying on the roadside itself, and that also is part and it contributes to the congestion in the movement of traffic. So we realize, and I think the next day itself I call a meeting in the level with the DP. I've instructed her that we have to do something about it. And now, sir, we have written a letter for the information of the member. We have already written a letter and we are taking up with the transport department that a dedicated space be earmarked for such accident vehicle throughout Shillong. And not only in Shillong, sir, we are also thinking of having it in every district. And we will sit down with the respective deputy district transport officer for providing the space. Why I'm saying that, sir? Why we need to have a close functioning together with the transport department? Because ultimately those condemned vehicles, those accident vehicle, which is beyond repairable, then the transport department has to auction it. It is not the police department. The transport department has to auction it. Therefore, I will make sure, sir, that in the days to come, dedicated garage, dedicated space has to be there in each and every district to meet these challenges that we have all throughout these years and this period of time. Sir, the issue raised by Adelbert Nongrim relating to the incident, that unfortunate incident that has happened, I would like to read here. Sir, the report that we receive on the incident Kajing bom kam ubah pensyai kador barsnong langtor ka la clarify ka la pensyai. Sir, that on the 2nd March 2025, a written FIR was received from Srimati Kelba Mary Lengdo Genshi, 37 years, daughter of Shri S. Jana, resident of Langtor, Eastern West Castles, and Srimati Clarity Lengdo Genshi, 47, daughter of late W. Marbanyang, resident of Langtor, Eastern West Castles, to the effect that Srimati Darisha Lengdo Genshi, daughter of late Litmon Lengdo Genshi, and Shrek Jana, resident of Langtor, Eastern West Castles, went missing from her house on 1st March 2025 at around 5:30 p.m. And the family members along with the villagers had conducted search to find her whereabouts. But to no avail. On the morning of the 2nd March 25 at around 9 a.m., her dead body along with her baby was found from one water dam and one riang, which was used as a water source for Kenshi village. Further, on the 12th February 2025, an FIR was lodged at Mairang Police Station against Sri Jesing Warjiri Reject Singh Wajri on the ground that he had threatened Darisha Lingdo Kanshi because she claimed that he is the father of the baby that she had given birth. After the FIR was lodged, information received by the family members of Darisha Lingdo Kanshi indicating that Reject Singh Wajri tried to be close to her when she was alone, and this action amazed the family members as to why he is maintaining closeness with her, even though he is not accepting that he is the father of her baby. Therefore, in connection with the above incident, the family members strongly suspected that Reject Singh Wajri is involved in the murder of Darisha Lingdo Kanshi and her 2-month-old baby. Hence, the case by Mairang PS case number 21 in bracket 3 2025 US 103 sub 1/238A BNS was registered and treated as SR case by SR number 08/2025. The investigation of the case is ensuing with supervision by the undersigned and other supervisory officers in the district. That the mobile forensic crime scene unit was requisitioned immediately and they assisted the investigation officer in the collection of evidences from the place of occurrence at Wanriang, Langto village, eastern West Khasi Hills. That the dead bodies of both the deceased were sent to Nekrim, Shillong for postmortem examination and report is still awaited. That the specimens collected from both the deceased has been seized and the same were sent to FSL for examination and report is awaited. That the dead bodies of both the deceased were handed over to the relatives for performing their last rite and rituals. That the suspected accused person, namely Reject Singh Wajri, was apprehended on 4/3/2025. He was thoroughly interrogated and arrested in connection with the case. That Reject Singh Wajri was sent to TSM Civil Hospital Mairang for medical examination, and upon examination, the medical report, it is found that he is suffering from hypertension at the time of examination, and therefore he was advised to be admitted at the hospital. On the 6th March 2025, he was discharged from the hospital and forwarded to the Honorable Court, and 4 days police custody granted. That during custodial interrogation, it has come to light that the suspected accused person, Reject Singh Wajri, was previously named by the deceased as the father of her baby boy. The matter of the child's paternity had been in dispute with both parties having filed previous FIRs regarding the issue as under. On the 12th February 2025, received FIR from Kelva Marie Lingdo Kanshi and Shri Grassland Lingdo Kanshi had defamed Srimati Darisha Lingdo Kanshi, who is a person with mental illness, and also threatened her, which affected her and her family. He threatened her to remove his name from the baby report which she gave birth in the month of January, and if she does not remove his name, he will file an FIR against her, which cost her and her family a lot of money. Further, the pleader notice from the side of Reject Singh Wajri by sending a copy to the village Chatri had humiliated Srimati Darisha Lingdo Kanshi more and more. Hence, case is registered against Reject Singh Wajri by Mairang Police Station case number 17 in bracket 02/2025 U/S79/351 in bracket 2/356 BNS 2023, and investigation is ensuing. On the 17th February 2025, received a counter FIR from Shri Reject Singh Wajri against Srimati Darisha Lingdo, as the immediate family of Srimati Darisha Lingdo blatantly accused him of being the father of the newborn baby boy given birth by Srimati Darisha Lingdo Kanshi on the 3rd January 2025 at Civil Hospital Mairang. This wrongful accusation with a malignant intention to malign his name had greatly impacted his very existence as a young man having a reputed prestige in the society and especially in the church as Christian youth volunteer. They have promised to remove his name from the hospital, but they did not comply to their promise. Hence, on the 28th January 2021, he had sent through his legal team a legal representation notice to settle the matter amicably by agreeing to just undergo a DNA paternity test as per the Supreme Court ruling. After receiving the LR, both parties have agreed to undergo the DNA test at Civil Hospital, Shillong, and all expenditures will be borne by him as he had initiated the same, but now have become infructuous on her filing the FIR dated 12/2/2025. That he vehemently denied all the allegations of insulting her modesty or threatening to cause harm or intimidation her in any way whatsoever, nor have any intention of defaming her. These frivolous allegations are an attempt on her part to whitewash her unscrupulous intentions to further intimidate him and his family with her habitual lies and prejudices to misuse the legal system. Hence, the case was registered Vait Mairang PS case number 19 in bracket 02/2025 U/S 356 in bracket 2 BNS 2023, and investigation is ensuing. That the accused person was interrogated in connection with the case, but he kept changing his statement. He contradicted his previous statement recorded prior to his arrest that he did not leave his house on the 1/3, 2025, whereas during the course of custodial interrogation, he came out with a new theory that he had visited his girlfriend, namely Purustisiti Kurba, house on the 1st March 2025 around 7 p.m. to 8 p.m. and stayed there for long hours along with her family members. Consequently, his girlfriend's statement was recorded and she narrated that he came to her house at around 8:15 p.m. or 8:20 and sat for around 10 minutes and left. That P. Kurba also informed that on 1/3/2025 he came to her house to take her lava mobile phone and left almost immediately. This information was never revealed by Rijat Singh Wajri, and when he was questioned regarding this, he hesitantly narrated that he had kept the lava mobile phone at home without SIM card. Subsequently, this information was verified by locating the said mobile, and one SIM card bearing mobile number 6900015701 was found to be active in the mobile phone. On being questioned, Rijat Singh Wajri claimed that mobile number 6900015701 was used by him in an old Nokia mobile phone that he kept at home before he was apprehended. On being led by him, a house search was conducted to locate the Nokia mobile phone, but the same was not found at the place where he claimed to have kept the mobile phone. Later, one of his family members produced burnt component of suspected mobile phone recovered from the premises of his house, but he denied that the burnt component belongs to his Nokia mobile phone. These irregularities and contradictory statement given by Rijat Singh Wajri is evident that he is trying to conceal evidences. That it is pertinent to mention here that he had also deleted all data from his Oppo A3X mobile phone, mobile number 8837046207, which is a suspicious conduct, to erase crucial digital footprints or digital evidences. These mobile phones of the accused person are being sent to the FSL for examination and expert opinion so as to unearth the criminal conspiracy pertaining to the case. That the crucial witnesses like the villagers, family members and friends of the suspect and victim are being examined to verify the facts and circumstances pertaining to the case, as there was a series of events that transpired prior to this instant case. These witnesses are crucial to substantiate the steps taken in the investigation of the instant case, and more so as the suspected accused person is not cooperating with the investigation. In view of the seriousness of the offense, the IO and the supervisory officers have been delegated with the task to expedite the investigation of the case so as to unearth the entire criminal conspiracy in connection with the case and for securing justice. So, sir, these are the situation and the status of this particular case as raised by the Honourable Member Ba Adelbat Nongrum.
Minister in charge, please. Oh, sure. It is now 1:30 p.m. Before I close the demand for grants, you may complete your reply.
Yes, sir. Briefly. Sir, the honourable members, I think they raised more or less the related issues relating to upgradation of the police station or police outpost, and then even the manpower in the respective police station, police outpost. Sir, as I've already replied, I think strengthening the manpower in the respective police station, police outposts can be done only when the recruitment process is completed. And I do assure the honourable members that enhancement can be done once the process is completed. And we also have, sir, as far as renovation, beautification, even for the construction of new building in the respective police outpost or police station, we have created one dedicated fund. I am so thankful to the Honourable Chief Minister. The name of that fund is known as Police Infrastructure Renovation Fund, which is earmarked 50 lakhs to each district, 50 lakhs rupees to each district, and we leave it to the wisdom of the SP along with the DC to identify those vulnerable outposts or police station wherever necessary for immediate renovation, for immediate repair or maintenance through this fund. And not only that, sir, even the government from the finance department, in case if we see that we need more funds for this particular scheme, we can even further enhance the allocation of funds to the respective SPs and to the respective DCs throughout the state. And also, sir, yes, like mentioned by the honourable member from Dadenkiri, the posting of woman inspector in the police station, we are not able to do it because, as I've already replied, we are waiting for the completion of the whole process of recruitment, and once that is done, we will consider and we'll make it a priority to the police station, because that area is quite big, is quite huge. So we really need one, at least, woman sub-inspector to man this area. Sir, Sir, so lastly, of course, as I've already, before I proceed in my my explanation, my statement, sir, I've told that maybe there are issues which I could not touch or I could not reply, but I've already noted down. I will make sure that those issues concern raised by the respective honorable MLAs, this will be also taken care. And the last one, I think, one issue which raised by Aden Basaumoit, sanction or creation of fire service at Smith. This one also I will examine, sir. I will look into it, because nowadays we really wanted to have more fire service station. That is the fact, sir. We really wanted to have more fire service station to combat these ongoing challenges that we have throughout the state. So we really wanted to do that. And as I said, I think I request your member to be, to be in touch with me. Let me find out, and then accordingly action will be taken. So I think with these few words, once again, I thank the honourable members, especially the movers, Dr. Mukul Sangma, the leader of opposition, as well as Bright Marbanyang, who jointly moved this motion to kindly withdraw the motion, sir.
Voting on demands for grants is now closed. The remaining demands for grants will be disposed of by applying sub-rule 3 of Rule 144 of the Rules of Procedure and Conduct of Business in the Meghalaya Legislative Assembly. That is, demand numbers 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 64, 65 do stand guillotined. I will now put a question before the House. The question is that demand numbers 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 34, 35, 35, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 64, 65 be passed. Those who are for the motion say aye.
144 sub-rule 2, I could not understand that why was the voting on demands for grants was taken up only up to 1:30, because if you go by the sub-rule 2 of Rule 144 of Rules of Procedure and Conduct of Business, it should be up to 2 o'clock. So is there any reason for reducing this time which was indicated as per the rule?
No, we have other long pending business, further business also. So I have taken my decision and my decision is final. So, as I mentioned, those who are for the motion say aye. Those who are against say no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. The motion is carried and demand numbers 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 64, 65 are passed. Now we come to item number 7. Let me read out the message from the Governor. Dated 5th March 2025. Order. In exercise of the powers conferred by Clause 1 of Article 207 of the Constitution of India, I, Sri C.H. Vijayashankar, Governor of Meghalaya, hereby recommend to the Meghalaya Legislative Assembly the introduction of the Meghalaya Appropriation Number 2 Bill 2025, signed C.H. Vijayashankar, Governor of Meghalaya. Sri Conrad K. Sangma, Chief Minister in charge, Finance, to beg leave to introduce the Meghalaya Appropriation Number 2 Bill 2025. Chief Minister, please.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg leave to introduce the Meghalaya Appropriation Number 2 Bill 2025.
Motion moved. Let me put the question before the House. The question is that the leave be granted to introduce the Meghalaya Appropriation Number 2 Bill 2025. Those who are in the favor say aye. Aye. Those who are against say no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. The motion is carried and leave to introduce the bill is granted. Chief Minister to introduce the bill, please.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I introduce the bill.
Commissioner and Secretary to read out the title of the bill.
The Meghalaya Appropriation Number 2 Bill 2025 is introduced in the House.
Now we come to item number 5. Sri Preston Tungsong, Deputy Chief Minister in charge, Parliamentary Affairs, to move, please.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to move that the second proviso to sub-rule C of Rule 72 of Rules of Procedure and Conduct of Business in its application to the Meghalaya Appropriation Number 2 Bill 2025 be suspended for the time being insofar as the rule requires circulation of the bill 4 days in advance before the motion for consideration may be moved.
Motion moved. Let me put the question before the House. The question is that the second proviso to sub-rule C of Rule 72 of the Rules of Procedure and Conduct of Business in its application to the Meghalaya Appropriation Number 2 Bill 2025 be suspended for the time being insofar the rule requires circulation of the bill 4 days in advance before the motion for consideration may be moved. Those who are for the motion say aye. Those who are against say no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The motion is carried, and the motion for suspension of the sub-rule C of Rule 72 of the Rules of Procedure and Conduct of Business is adopted. Now we come to item number 6. Let me read out the message from the Governor. Dated 5th March 2025. Order. In exercise of the powers conferred by Clause 3 of Article 207 of the Constitution of India, I, Sri C.H. Vijayasankar, Governor of Meghalaya, hereby recommend to the Meghalaya Legislative Assembly the consideration of the Meghalaya Appropriation Number 2 Bill 2025, signed C.H. Vijayasankar, Governor of Meghalaya. Sri Conrad K. Sangma, Chief Minister in charge, Finance, to move that the Meghalaya Appropriation Number 2 Bill be taken into consideration. Chief Minister, please.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to move that the Meghalaya Appropriation Number 2 Bill 2025 be taken into consideration.
Motion moved. I will now put a question before the House. The question is that the bill be taken into consideration. Those who are in the favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who are against say no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it, and the motion for consideration is adopted. Now we come to item number 7. Sri Conrad K. Sangma, Chief Minister in charge, Finance, to move that the Meghalaya Appropriation Number 2 Bill 2025 be passed. Chief Minister, please.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to move that the Meghalaya Appropriation Number 2 Bill 2025 be passed.
Motion moved. Now let me put the question before the House. The question is that the Meghalaya Appropriation Number 2 Bill be passed. Those who are for the motion say aye.
Aye.
Those who are against say no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. The motion is carried, and the Meghalaya Appropriation Number 2 Bill 2025 is passed. Now we come to item number 8. Sri Conrad K. Sangma, Chief Minister in charge, Finance, to move that the Meghalaya Ceiling on Government Guarantee Bill 2025 be taken into consideration. Chief Minister, please.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to move that the Meghalaya Ceiling on Government Guarantee Bill 2025 be taken into consideration.
Motion moved. Now let me put the question before the House. The question is that the bill be taken into consideration. Those who are for the motion say aye.
Aye.
Those who are against say no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. The motion for consideration is adopted. Now we come to item number 9. Sri Conrad K. Sangma, Chief Minister in charge, Finance, to move that the Meghalaya Ceiling on Government Guarantee Bill 2025 be passed. Chief Minister, please.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to move that the Meghalaya Ceiling on Government Guarantee Bill 2025 be passed.
Motion moved. Now let me put the question before the House. The question is that the Meghalaya Ceiling on Government Guarantee Bill 2025 be passed. Those who are for the motion say aye. Aye. Those who are against say no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. The motion is carried, and the Meghalaya Ceiling on Government Guarantee Bill 2025 is passed. Now we come to item number 10. Sri Abu Tahir Mondal, Minister in charge, Taxation, to move that the Meghalaya Goods and Services Tax Amendment Bill 2025 be taken into consideration. Minister in charge, please.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to move that the Meghalaya Goods and Services Amendment Bill 2025 be taken into consideration.
Motion moved. Now let me put the question before the House. The question is that the bill be taken into consideration. Those who are for the motion say aye. Aye. Those who are against say no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it, and the motion for consideration is adopted. Now we come to item number 11. Sri Abu Tahir Mandal, Minister in charge, taxation, to move that the Meghalaya Goods and Services Tax Amendment Bill 2025 be passed. Minister in charge, please.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to move that the Meghalaya Goods and Services Tax Amendment Bill 2025 be passed.
Motion moved. Now let me put the question before the House. The question is that the Meghalaya Goods and Services Tax Amendment Bill 2025 be passed. Those who are for the motion say aye. Those who are against say no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. The motion is carried and the Meghalaya Goods and Services Tax Amendment Bill 2025 is passed. Now we come to item number 12. Sri Conrad K. Sangma, Chief Minister in charge, planning to move that the Meghalaya State Investment Promotion and Facilitation Amendment Bill 2025 be taken into consideration. Chief Minister, please.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to move that the Meghalaya State Investment Promotion and Facilitation Amendment Bill 2025 be taken into consideration.
I would like to inform the House that I have received two amendments on this bill. One is government amendment from the Chief Minister and another amendment tabled by Sri Arden M. Basawamait, MLA. Let us first take up the government amendment. Chief Minister may kindly move.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to move the government amendment as follows. Deletion of the words in brackets, creation of land banks through direct purchase of land or other means, unquote, appearing in the last three lines under subsection 3, clause 1 of section 4 of the said amendment bill.
You may initiate the discussion, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Sir, as you are aware, and the entire House also is aware, that keeping in line with the goal to take the state forward and to make Meghalaya into an 85,000 crore vis-a-vis $10 billion economy, multiple opportunities have been identified. At the same time, as I was replying in my initial question hour, the GSDP is made out of consumption, investment, government expenditure, as well as net exports and imports. And therefore, investments play a crucial role in order for us to be able to achieve the economic goals that we desire. It is with that particular goal in mind, the government had passed the Meghalaya Investment Promotion and Facilitation Bill in 2024. Sir, while there was a single window agency that used to facilitate the process of investment, the scope and the manner of investment under the single window agency was quite limited, keeping in mind the nature of the agency. And it was the Industries Department that was the nodal agency for the single window agency. So with changing times, today the investment scenario is there in sectors beyond manufacturing or beyond areas which we would have traditionally defined as industries. Today, investments are coming in the health sector. Investments are coming in the education sector. Investments are coming in the food and agriculture and food processing sector. Investments are coming in tourism sector, and even investments today are coming in the sports sector in terms of centers of excellence. And therefore, there was a need to be able to provide regulatory framework to enable the process of incorporating all these different needs. And hence, the need to expand the single window agency and the need for us to come out with a legislation in the form of the Meghalaya State Investment Promotion and Facilitation Act 2024. And under this act, multiple aspects of single window approval systems, development of a unified investment portal, simplification of rules and regulations, unified investment of ecosystem, creation of combined application forms, so on and so forth, different measures and steps were taken to ensure that a broader yet a more simplified system would be created in order for us to be able to achieve the targets that we have put under the investment category with the objective of reaching the $10 billion economy. So having said that, when we came out with these concerns, we had a large number of interest coming in from different investors in order for us to be able to move forward. And a requirement came in of being able to provide different facilities, including land in terms of long-term lease to different organizations who desire to invest. In the process, they felt, and discussions were made, that like different agencies, the Meghalaya Investment Promotion Agency, which is again one part of the amendment as of now, which has been put in. Earlier it was called the Investment Meghalaya Authority, and now it's called the Meghalaya Investment Promotion Authority. The proposal was put in that like normally other provisions are there to facilitate these kind of investments, the MIPA, which we're calling it now, would also have those same facilities. Of course, providing that they follow all the said norms. Now, when this particular aspect was brought in, there was a lot of confusion among the people. And people felt that the provisions of the Land Transfer Act may be bypassed. Provisions under the district councils may be bypassed. And no system of guaranteeing that employment opportunities will be given to our youngsters may also be bypassed. And it is to address these concerns that these specific amendments are today being brought in. The first amendment that we are inserting is mentioning about the Land Transfer Act itself. And the amendment that we are bringing in mentions that this act shall not be in derogation of the Meghalaya Transfer of Land Regulation Act 1971. And this is being done to address the concerns that this particular policy or this act will bypass. If there is any worry or concern, this particular amendment is addressing that particular point. Second, there are concerns about the different aspects of provisions under the district council, autonomous district councils. And therefore, specific sections are being added in the existing act to ensure that all the procedures, all the specific rules and the acts which are applicable in respect of the different district councils will also be followed. Third, specific mention is being made within the Act in regards to the employment generation for the people and the youngsters of our state. And hence, these three specific amendments are being brought in to give the specific comfort to the citizens of our state that all the necessary rules and regulations as per the Land Transfer Act and also as per the rules of the district councils will be followed. So in spite of putting these different points, in the last couple of days, last 3-4 days in fact, different organizations and different stakeholders have been meeting and approaching me to express their concerns. There were a large number of MLAs from the NPP who had come and met me. I remember our MLA from Mokundru, other constituencies from Jowai, our MLAs from Garo Hills. Different MLAs had come and met me, expressing concerns on the issue of land bank being created by MIPA. At the same time, MLAs from UDP had come. Our Honorable MLA, Ma Lakman, Ba Balajit, and other MLAs from many of our legislatures who are present out here had come and expressed the same concerns over the land bank issue that has been brought in this particular amendment. Similarly, I had other people from different sections of society understanding the different provisions being brought in, yet having a concern over what could be a larger concern in the long run regarding these land bank issues. Just a couple of days back, members from the KSU, their president, Balam, the general secretary, Donald, and other members had met me. Detailed discussions were held with them also. And I explained the different provisions that we are putting into this particular amendment. And all are being done to precisely address the issues and concerns that all the stakeholders were having. And therefore, I mentioned to them that the Land Transfer Act provision is only strengthening the arguments that they are making. The amendment section for insertion regarding the district councils is only strengthening the arguments that they are making. And also the sections regarding the employment generation are also only strengthening the arguments that they were making. And after discussion with all these stakeholders, in spite of explaining to everybody that whatever provisions are being created under MIPA, that is new MIPA, these provisions are in no way going to affect or bypass the Land Transfer Act. Different provisions are there in the state even as of now. And the different provisions that are there in the state which are effective for the last 20, 30 years, it is in similar lines and similar provisions that this functioning also will take place. But I could get a sense that in spite of clarifying this issue at multiple levels, I could sense that there was discomfort when the issue or the word of land bank would come in. What if this happens? What if that happens? Sir, I have mentioned this house many, many times. This government believes in working for the welfare of our people. This government believes in carrying our people with us. This government has always believed that whatever decision we take, and we have shown this example multiple times, this is not the first time, that we will take one step forward in the larger interests of our state, but we will not hesitate to take a step back if it is required. We have done it in multiple occasions. I was reading or listening to the speech of our honorable leader of opposition. He was mentioning yesterday in the press that the government should not bulldoze. Sir, this government is one of the best examples of a government that does not bulldoze. We are a government that will listen to the will of the people. We will listen to the concerns of the people. We will ensure that it may take time for society or individuals, organizations, maybe to sometimes get a clear picture, because these are complicated matters and this requires a lot of study and in-depth research or whatever you call it. You need to study all the provisions. And once all the provisions are read, once you see everything, maybe the convincing will happen then. But till then, it is only appropriate for us as a government to work closely with our society and with our people. And it is with this intention in mind, without affecting any of the provisions that are there in the Meghalaya State Investment Promotion Facilitation Act 2024. As mentioned earlier, sir, the Meghalaya's...
Chief Minister, please. It is now past 2 p.m. But I will extend the House till all the business is disposed of. So, you may continue, please.
So the Meghalaya the State Investment Promotion Facilitation Act, as mentioned in the name itself, sir, our objective is to only promote and only facilitate. MIPA is not here to buy land. Neither are we here to forcefully transfer land to anybody. Let me make it absolutely clear to everybody. Sir, there is no question of transferring any land to any company or any organization, which has been the apprehension. And as I said, in order to remove those apprehensions, we put in the amendment section 34. And in spite of that, there are still apprehensions. And therefore, sir, we are bringing in this amendment to give the confidence to our people. We want to give the confidence to our people. We want to let them know that we are here to listen to their concerns and to address those concerns without having to dilute the overall objective of promoting the overall scenario of investment. And hence, sir, I am happy to inform you and the House that we have moved this amendment where we are deleting the words from section 3, subsection 3 of section 4, clause 1, the last line, which says, and I quote, creation of land banks through direct purchase of land or other means is being removed and being deleted, to give a very, very clear message that MIPA is not come with the objective of creating a land bank and giving this land to somebody. Absolutely not. And MIPA will not engage in any aspect related to buying of land or creating of land bank or creating any kind of a system to transfer or to lease out. None of this will be entertained by MIPA. MIPA will be focused only to facilitate the process of investment, to bring in the investments, to create awareness, to create a common platform, and other provisions which are already existing in the system, which has already been there for many, many years. Those provisions which are comfortable, which have been going on, as I said, for years, those provisions will be followed as per the rules and laws that have already been established, and we will continue with the work of creating the right ecosystem to have the investment and promotion facilitation in the state of Meghalaya. So with these few words, sir, I move this particular amendment for deleting the words creation of land banks through direct purchase of land and other means. And also, sir, before I resume my seat, I also want to share that as we move along, let me assure the House as well as the other stakeholders that there is a huge scope of discussion. We will be creating different rules. I assure the House, sir, that when the rules are created, we will invite stakeholders to come and discuss with us, our traditional heads, our different organizations, political parties. We will come, we welcome them, and we discuss different aspects on what concerns are there, and we will address those concerns in the right earnest. So with these few words, and with this particular amendment that I have moved, I resume my seat, sir.
I have received names from some members of the House who wish to participate in this government amendment. May I now call upon Mr. Rupert Moman to kindly take the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for allowing me to participate in this very special issue, that government amendment, Government Investment Promotion and Felicitation Amendment Bill 2025. Sir, listening and going through the Honorable Chief Minister's speech on this particular issue, I'm very much clear that this is the issue that our people, our young people, is waiting for. Sir, we are talking about the investment from different state or different area or from the mainland. But when our own people, with our young people, from Shillong, from Tura or Garu Hills, or from Jaintia Hills. When the opportunity is open, why not our young people come forward and take this great opportunity in their life? So I would like to encourage our young people to come forward and get this opportunity in our state. Sir, Mr. Speaker, sir, we have an opportunity. I thank our Chief Minister, our government, that we have an opportunity to go to Boston with the help of Indian School of Business to learn many things about the business and managerial for the society. There is one expert. He opened a laptop and he said, in Meghalaya, there is a few trees and there is no monkeys. Don't get me wrong. In the technical word, monkey may be the investors. And he said, there are so many trees on Arunachal Pradesh as well as Assam, and there are so many monkeys. What it means? But we argue with that expert that we have in our own state, we have so many initiatives. The government, our government, under the leadership of our Chief Minister, we have so many initiatives, and we have trees, and we have also monkey. Sir, I just remember there is one richest man in our neighboring country like China. His name is Jack Ma, and he is the founder of Alibaba Foundation. And he was saying, if we offer to monkey banana and the money, the monkey will take banana because he don't know that money can buy so many bananas. Sir, in our state, we have talented young boys and girls. We have so many ambitious boys and girls. And as Chief Minister, this government, we have open to everyone. And there are so many initiatives. I could see all around in the villages that we have cooperative society. We have so many production center. And through this production center, if we can focus, if our young boys and girls can be focused in this small area, which can grow in a big way and which can contribute to the larger economy in our state, why can our youth can't take this great opportunity in their life?
Honorable Member,
sir,
if you can kindly be brief and make your submission, please.
Sir, yes, sir, I am going to conclude. Sir, I would like to appeal all the young people in our state. Opportunity is yours. opportunity is for everyone. This government, our Chief Minister, is open door for everybody to get this great opportunity. And with this opportunity, our people, our young people, can go forward and make our state a model state and beautiful state. With these few words, I resume my seat.
Yes. Next member, Renikton El Tonkar. Yeah, but I'm giving only 5 minutes to 6 minutes each. Oh, you have not given. Sorry. Sorry. It's Balajit Sindran.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was surprised just now when you said Renik, you're pointing at me. I'm still too young to be at this age, sir. Well, thank you, sir, for allowing me to participate in this amendment. This budget session, we have seen one of the best budget presentation so far. And just a few days back, after hearing the commotion, the issues pertaining to this small amendment. Yes, if we've had meetings with Honorable Chief Minister, citing issues pertaining to this bill. Sir, as a community, our people are very sensitive, especially when it comes to land. And that has been the main agenda for our forefathers who fought their way and carved up this state. Land has been the main center point, especially when it comes to issues like development or projects. And when I went through this amendment, I had a tough time, and I had spoken twice, citing concerns. See, because just a month back, as political parties, we had fought and contested this district council elections, the very foundation on which land is a major issue. And we went through people, seek their votes in order for us to safeguard the rights of the people and at the same time to safeguard the land of the people. That has been the main contention. But when I saw the initial amendment of direct purchase, I had a tough time. I was speaking to other members. I said, we have to talk about this. Because just a month ago, we had elections, district council elections. We talked on this issue, and now this came up. But I'm very happy that our Honorable Chief Minister, like I said last time, being the person that he is, his doors always open to everyone when we seek their concerns. But because the law of a state, we have two laws. One is the right to fair compensation and transparency in land acquisition and Rehabilitation and Resettlement Act 2013. And one, we have the Meghalaya Land Transfer Act. These very two acts of our state deals entirely with the people in connection with the land. And so to say, this amendment by the government to seek to delete the creation of land banks through direct purchase of land and other means is seen as a way that the government listens to the people of the state. And one more thing, a small concern, because after I went through the act, yes, there are many issues there, but I think the government can always have room for future amendments. This one particular section, sir, which I myself find it right for me to speak in this platform to address the views of many. This one particular section 39, which states, no suit or legal proceedings shall lie against the chairman or other members of the governing council or high powered committee or state investment committee or district investment or nodal agency or any employee of such committee in respect of anything which is done or intended to be in good faith under this act or rule made thereunder. See, I find this particular clause, this particular section, very intriguing, because in the constitution of the country, only under Article 361 does the constitution give protection. That is only to the president and the governor of the state. So while this very section intrigues me, my appeal to the government to kindly again see and look into this, have a consideration, because I know he said that we will frame rules. And again, rules of the government when framed, I think it's a good time for us to again have a meeting, a session, wherein we can discuss how to properly frame the rules which are intended to benefit the people of the state. I'm not against this investment. Investment is good. Like I said, we can't provide government jobs to everybody. In order to run the economy of the state, major states in the country, the way they are earning is through business. Business interventions help boost the state in the economy and the overall growth of GDP and GSDP. But sir, when we frame rules or laws for the people, we need to also look into the concerns, and I'm very appreciative of the government in bringing this another amendment to cancel, to delete this clause under Section 4 of the amendment. So with these few words, I resume my seat. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Banti Dorlindo, please.
Thank you, sir, for granting me the opportunity to participate of this amendment bill brought by the government. So I have some few important suggestions that I would like to share regarding balancing investment promotion with the preservation of indigenous rights in Meghalaya. To promote investment while protecting indigenous rights in Meghalaya, we need balanced approach. This means respecting traditional land owner while supporting economic growth. So I have some key policy suggestions here. Strengthening the legal protection, follow land transfer regulation. The Meghalaya Land Transfer Act 1971 prevent land from being transferred to non-tribal investment policy. We should respect this law. Any changes to investment law should clearly follow this act to avoid legal confusion. Therefore, land can only be leased and cannot be transferred to investor and entrepreneur. Inclusive policy making and ensure indigenous consent. The Meghalaya State Investment Promotion Facilitation Act should engage traditional institutions such as the CM, Daloi, Nokma, and Autonomous District Council in drafting and implementing investment policies, because their suggestion and support can ensure that development initiatives align with culture, values, community needs. The Act should make the principle of free, prior, and informed consent from local communities, following UN standard, and empower communities in decision-making process for projects affecting indigenous lands. Third, public consultation. The government should conduct consultation with local communities before finalizing policies. This democratic approach will build transparency and trust between the government. Engagement and feedback are government, indigenous population, community engagement and feedback are essential to ensure that local voices are heard and considered before implementing policies. Where economics opportunities, local employment mandatory. The government should enforce policy requiring industries to employ a significant percentage of local indigenous people. For instance, the Meghalaya Industrial and Investment Promotion Policy 2024 mandate that 90% of non-managerial jobs and 50% managerial jobs must be filled by local within 3 years of operation. Capacity building, skill development. Investing in training program for our local youth will give them the skill they need, ensuring they can fully engage with the benefit from emerging economics opportunities. Protecting environment and culture sustainable development practice. Implementing strict environmental guidelines for industries to protect Meghalaya-rich biodiversity. It should be encouraged eco-friendly investment that align with the state ecological heritage. Cultural impact assessment. The government should regularly conduct assessment to evaluate potential impact on indigenous culture before approving project. This ensure that development do not erode cultural identities. Sir, transparency and fair governance accountability mechanism. Establishing monitor committees including representatives that should include members from indigenous communities to monitor the implementation of investment projects. This promotes accountability and ensures that projects follow agreed rules. Anti-corruption measure. Implementing stringent measure to prevent the misuse of incentive and resources, ensuring that benefit reach the intended communities without leakage. By integrating this policy measure, Meghalaya can create an investment-friendly environment that simultaneously safeguards the right and tradition of indigenous population, leading to sustainable, including development. After understanding the apprehension and sentiment of our youth, represented by the KSU, sir, I feel we should keep in abeyance the land purchase clause as mentioned under the MSIPF Act. This would facilitate an acceptable environment for promoting industries investment through better community participation. I therefore, sir, suggest that the clause of land purchase to be removed from the MSIPF, which already bringing amendment by the government.
Would you
and
be
better
please
alternative?
brief? You know, I have said only 5 to 6 minutes. So would you please be brief?
Last point,
Very
sir.
brief in your submission, please.
Let us work together to ensure that investment in Meghalaya respect our tradition, empower our people, and promote sustainable growth. By striking the right balance, we can create a future where development and indigenous rights go hand in hand. With collective effort and responsible policy, Meghalaya can become a model for inclusive and ethical progress. Let us walk forward with responsibility and unity. By integrating incorporate indigenous consent mechanism, we can welcome progress while safeguarding the right culture and land of our indigenous communities. Sir, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity you granted me to participate in Assembly session discussion on this bill. I trust that through collective effort, we will shape policies and benefit both our economy and indigenous community. Thank you, sir, for empowering me to contribute to this important dialogue. So with these few suggestions, I conclude my submission and resume my seat. Thank you.
Lakman Rambe, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I'm very glad with the government to bring this Meghalaya State Investment Promotion and Facilitation Amendment Bill 2025. And we have seen, sir, in the report of the Government of India, Niti Aayog, every year, Meghalaya ranked in the bottom 3, bottom 5, bottom 4. It is a conscientious effort of the government in the last 6-7 years how to improve the quality of life, how to improve the state both economically and socially. So in this context, to develop the state is not one direction. You have to take a multiple method, multiple effort, so that we could see that our state is developed. Having said that, for the last 2-3 days, since the table of this bill by the government, we have a very huge hesitation what will happen, because we know that we are a minority and land is very precious. But I'm very glad with the government under the leadership of our Chief Minister, having listened to the view of different sections of the people, listen to the view, consensus view of the social NGO, on other people, and even the political party also, that this investment is in no way to alienate the land of our state. So I feel that this is the good, and it brings, as we have seen, that through investment it will bring employment. As the other day, our Chief Minister stated in the Flood Assembly that every year 80,000 youth are coming into the workforce. So where to accommodate them? This is one of the through investment either by the local or by the investor, we could give the opportunity to our local youth. But one thing which we should see, that investment is not at the cost of our beautiful land. So let the investment be the green investment, so as to say not the polluting industry. We didn't want under Bernihad to be created in the state of Meghalaya, where it will rank number 1. Do clarification from the Honorable Chief Minister have been given, the statement by the, but we didn't want. We want that our state, the scenery of the state, in the beauty of a state should be preserved as much as possible. And whatever initiative, whatever amendment which brought by the government, it is in line with the view of the people, in line with the goal of the government, in line with the sustainable development goal of the UN, so that we could give the benefit to our people so that the state will grow. So I totally agree that with the bring of this amendment, I think the government, the state will be prosper in the near future. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Melbourne CM, please.
Thank you, sir, for allowing me to take part in the government amendment to the Meghalaya Investment Promotion and Facilitation Amendment Bill 2025 brought by our Honorable Chief Minister. Sir, I stand here to support this government amendment.
So in a vibrant democracy, legislation are made for the benefit of people at large. There is always a room for amendment. We have seen many central acts, state acts. There are always amendments from time to time. Even in the 125th amendment of our constitution also, which directly, indirectly linked with the indigenous people of our state through the sixth schedule that has been mandated in the constitution, especially to the people in our state. Sir, as I have said, we have listened to the budget speech by the Honorable Chief Minister in charge of Finance about the dream and aspiration and the initiative to be taken, where we have to invite private investor to come to the state solely, not only to address the economic growth of the state, as well as to address unemployment issue in the state. So personally, I'm very optimistic by listening to the $10 billion economy, and I urge all the honorable members across party line, let us think positively. And I urge as well as to the people of the state also, let us move ahead with positive mind. We'll keep aside all our political affiliation, but we'll move ahead to think for the economic growth of the state. So with regard to this very important bill, amendment bill that has been brought, on the very day it has been placed, tabled in the floor of the House, after going through to different sections, that amendment need to be made, especially in the section 2, where a new section 6 has been inserted, which address specifically to the power and function which lied with the 3 autonomous district councils within our state. This is very important. As well as with regard to address the employment issue on section 8 and subsection 2, clause A, where initiative has been taken to ensure that incentive on the policies will be provided to the industries who are creating employment for local youth. This is very important. That's why, sir, the amendment is very important and it addresses the issue at large. And with regard to the very important aspect which create confusion to the mind of our people also, at section 34, which omit the old para, and insert with this very beautiful word, which protect the interests of our people. This act shall not be derogation of the Meghalaya Transfer of Land Regulation Act 1971. And at the same time, sir, as I have said in my opening remark, the very word that the amendment, the government amendment that has been brought to remove that creation of land bank through direct purchase of land and other means, to me personally, I felt that over the doubt that is there to the people of the state, it has been cleared. And I have seen the positive approach of the government, the Honorable Chief Minister, the whole cabinet. So being so approachable to listen to the will of the people, the voice of the stakeholder. It could be the community leaders, it could be the church leaders, it could be civil society, NGO who have raised their voices. And it has been listened. This is a very positive mode in a vibrant democracy, and I salute to the Honorable Chief Minister for welcoming, for opening the door for negotiation. And I'm not wrong to say that any legislation to be passed by this August House there is always a room for amendment. As my able friend, MLA from Sheila have stated, there are few other sections also that need to be looked into. There is always a room for amendment to be brought for the benefit of the people. So with these few words, sir, I would like to express my support to the government amendment, and I hope that this House will move ahead across party line for the benefit of the people of the state to see the light of the day. With these few words, I resume my seat. Thank you, sir.
Any members wish to participate? Dr. Celestine Dingdo, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for giving me an opportunity to participate in the discussion on the government amendment that has been brought by our Honorable Chief Minister. In fact, when I came into the House today, when I checked at the papers on the table, I saw the amendment and I told to myself, Mr. Speaker, sir, this is the best news for me today. Why I say that? I call it the best news because I see the government under the leadership of the Chief Minister, the government that walked the talk. In his reply on the budget debates, the Chief Minister categorically has stated this government will not take any action which is against the will of the people. And that action we see, the words and the action played live in front of our eyes, Mr. Speaker, sir, today. When we talk about this bill, even without the amendment, this government could have easily passed all the parliamentary procedure that is required to pass can easily be passed without the amendment. I call this day a unique day, sir. Why? There is a saying which says, might is not always right. We might have the numbers to pass the bill without amendment. But then when we look around, if that action does not bring peace to our people, if that action does not bring joy to our people, what is the fun of passing that bill? So I must salute the government. When they say we are a government that is responsive to the will and wishes of the people, their action and their words really match. And that is why I call this news is the best news for me today, sir. Now when we talk about investments, we want investments because we talk about employment. If our people need no employment, we can say no need of any investments. But the cry and need of our youths in every nook and corner of the state is, give us jobs. We want to be employed. We want to earn something. We all know the government cannot absorb each and every youth into the government jobs. We are almost reaching the saturation point. So the only way forward is for the government to find ways and means in the private sectors, through industries, so on and so forth. And in this age, people who want to invest have diversified, as have been rightly said by our Chief Minister. Earlier, when we say investment, we only see a chimney and the smoke and smoke spewing factories in our minds. But that scenario is changing. There are investors who say, I want to bring a world-class hospital in Meghalaya, but I cannot bring land along with me. Meghalaya has to provide the land. Nurses, doctors, all supporting staffs to run that hospital will be from Meghalaya. What do we do then? Should we say no?
Or do we say yes without providing land? I think the government has done the right thing in creation of MIPA. Mr. Speaker, sir, I used to watch TV programs which are televised live, like the Kolkata Summit, where many investors come in that big stage. Even the Uttar Pradesh Global Investor Summit, where the chief minister of those respective states boldly stand and say, that company, if you want to invest in my state, I will give you 200 acres of land, but come. Of course, our scenario, our land holding is different, but I wish the chief minister of our state could say that. Why? If investments come, it is our people who will be benefited. The contentious issue of that bill and the amendment brought today is only about the creation of the land bank. I will not read the whole detail. The lines that are contentious will be removed according to this amendment bill. I hope all of us who really want the state to strive forward in providing employment will agree that one way or the other, we have to find a way to provide space. Mr. Speaker, sir, suppose I am a billionaire who wants to invest 3,000 crore for a solar park for solar energy of 5 megawatt in Meghalaya. All the jobs will be for Meghalayans. Only 3 jobs will be my people. The chief operating officer and the marketing officer, the rest will be Meghalayans. But I need 200 acres of land for this project. What will be our reply? The employment through that project will be 2,000 youths from Meghalaya. Are we doing justice to our youth? But as I said, might is not always right. And I salute the Chief Minister and the Cabinet for being responsive. And they have brought this amendment. And I believe this House, without any hesitation, will agree to adopt and pass this bill as amended. With these few words, sir, as already stated, the mandates of the Land Transfer Act will be carried out. All the procedures and laws under the district council, that also will be respected. I think that idea or issue that the government might bypass, this does not arise. The most important point I would like to stress here, Mr. Speaker, sir, is the intent. The intention of the government is absolutely pure, and that is to provide employment opportunities to our youth. I think if that intention is not clear as the way they stated, they would have passed it with the might that they have. With these few words, Mr. Speaker, sir, I believe our state will have a much, much brighter future, and our youth will be employed in the different categories of investment that will come in the future. Thank you, sir, for the opportunity. I resume my seat.
Thank you. Bhamiti Devstkar, please.
Speaker, sir, thank you so much for allowing me to take part in this discussion, which is very important for state and for the people. So I stand here representing the people of my constituency, as well as the party. As a member of the party GSDP. Sir, in the last few days, we as the party also had a meeting and had a thorough discussion related to this particular act, the MIP, which we call in short the Meghalaya Investment Promotion and Facilitation Act. We discussed about the positive and the negative impact of this act on the citizen of our state and the state as a whole. And especially, sir, we would like, to take care about the comprehension and, the fear that many citizens has expressed related to this particular act. Because of some words and some section which appear in this act, which has created some confusion and speculation. We understand, as the government, the intention was to help the people, to help the state, and to bring the improvement in the function of the state as a whole, and encourage the business house to come and invest in our state. But like what I said, some of the words and some of the section which appear in the act, which has created a comprehension and a fear in the mind of the people. But we would like to thank our government and leadership of our Chief Minister for carefully taking care of all these issues and call the people from different stakeholders to come for the discussion and sit with them, talk to them, and take away all this confusion and this fear. And we are happy that this government bring this amendment of this bill by deleting these words which appear in the section in the clause in the section 3, clause 1, like the Chief Minister have mentioned, which said the creation of land bank through direct purchase or land and other means. So we appreciate the step taken by the government, and I hope this discussion that we had with different community and with different stakeholders will take away all the comprehension and all the fear that the people of our states are having. So with these few words, we would like to express our happiness and support the government for bringing this amendment bill in this August House. With these few words, sir, I shall resume my seat. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sir.
Now, Mawailat, please.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, sir, for giving me this opportunity, and I rise to take part in this government amendment to the Meghalaya Investment Promotion and Facilitation Amendment Bill 2025, and brought by our Honorable Chief Minister, Shri Conrad K. Sangma, sir. Sir, I rise and I would like to thank the Honorable Chief Minister, sir, for bringing this amendment. And by bringing this amendment, I think once again, this government has made the intention clear that we are here for the people, sir. No doubt, sir, in these past few days, there were many concerns, especially regarding this very same amendment, that is the creation of land bank through direct purchase of land and other means. Sir, I'm so happy today, and once again, I would like to thank the Honorable Chief Minister for bringing this amendment for the deletion of this very same word, sir. So, sir, I know that this government, the main intention of bringing this very same bill, sir, is to address the issue of rising unemployment in our state. And, sir, I was so happy and so relieved to see in these past few days, especially in the budget document, that through this investment, that 90% of the non-managerial job and 50% of the managerial job will be reserved to the local citizen of our state. Sir, this is really will change the scenario of unemployment in our state. But, sir, I have only one small submission here, is that, sir, if the same can be enforced to the existing factories which are here in our state, sir. Because, sir, it's very disheartening to see whenever we go to any industries who are here in our state, sir. So that's why, sir, with this, I would like to urge the government, if the same, that 90% of the non-managerial job and 50% of the managerial job can be reserved and implemented to the existing factories in our state, sir. With this few submissions, sir, once again, I would like to thank the Honorable Chief Minister. Thank you.
Thank you. Now let me put the question before the House. The question is that the government amendment be adopted. Those who are for the motion say aye. Those who are against say no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. The motion is carried and the government amendment is adopted by the House. Now we will take up the amendment tabled by Sri Arden M. Basaumet, MLA. Sri Arden M. Basaumet, may kindly move, please.
So, I beg to move an amendment to the proposed Meghalaya State Investment Promotion and Facilitation Amendment Bill 2025. An amendment to clause 4.31, which reads as follows. The nodal agency will be responsible for promoting the investment ecosystem in the state and taking up all activities relating to setting up industrial or service sector undertakings and the promotion of economic development in the state. This includes conducting investment facilitations, events, roadshow across the country and internationally, creation of land banks through direct purchase of land or other means, and setting up of offices. This clause may perhaps be deleted, in which it contradicts the Meghalaya Land Transfer Act 1971 to direct purchase of land in the state, which falls under the 6th schedule.
Yes, you may initiate the discussion, please.
Okay, so at the outset, I would like to thank the Chief Minister for bringing the government's amendment, whereby deleting a certain section of this clause. So, before I proceed with my submission, sir, I would sincerely congratulate our Chief Minister for his newborn baby boy. So, and I would also like to appreciate the step taken by the government. I would like to express my happiness right from my heart when the government is taking this decision to delete. But let us make some submissions, sir. Why we stand to oppose the idea of land bank, creation of land banks, sir. The Chief Minister has explained that it will not contradict the provisions of the Land Transfer Act, the Land Acquisition, Rehabilitation and Resettlement Act. But sir, we feel that we need to read between the lines. When we look at the original act, Meghalaya Transfer of Land Regulation Act, here we will find the definitions. What does it mean by transfer? Transfer means the conveyance of land of one person to another and includes gift, sale, exchange, mortgage, lease, surrender, or any mode of transfer. And when we come to the definition of a tribal, means a person belonging to any of the scheduled tribe.
There was a report.
Tribal is being defined as a person. So here is the issue where the government is trying to create land bank. So may I get the clarification from the government? And the question here is that in whose custody these land banks will be kept or maintained? Because if it is a revenue land, then the problem may arise that the government may transfer. The government is not going to transfer this land to an individual, maybe to a company. But the company or a firm, for that matter, doesn't come under the purview of the definition of the tribal or the person. So therefore, sir, we feel that there is a gray area in the definition of a tribal as a person. When we find that in section 3.1, no transfer in Meghalaya shall be transferred by a tribal to a non-tribal or by a non-tribal to another non-tribal except with the previous sanction of the competent authority. So here the person will not arise. It is the firm It is between the firm and the government. So how do we say that it will not contradict the Meghalaya transfer of land? So therefore, sir, this is one very serious issue. And looking by the past record, this original act of Meghalaya Transfer of Land Regulation Act 1971 has been diluted with the insertion of subclause E and F in the section 4.1. That is the first dilution of the act, which has taken place in 1991. So as we know, I've been saying this and I will say it now again, that land for a tribal does not confine only to providing him a livelihood, but also has a deep cultural and historical connections. It is a bedrock of his sense of security and freedom from fear. So, it is an important part in the lives of the tribal people in the hills, and for them, it is a matter of life and death. Which is why, sir, on the day when the government introduced this amendment, on that very day itself, I have submitted an amendment to this amendment because I understand that we may fall into the trap. Because when we look at the past records, look at the industrial estates at Bernihat, industrial estate at Umyam, and many areas in Giant Hills district. What are the benefits that our people are getting derived from these industries? West Castles also. What is the result? The result is Bernihat is becoming one of the most polluted. And there are other areas, sir, in Giant Hills, like Lumshnong, will be another Bernihat in the making. I know that the government must have received petitions from the people of Sutunga Ilaka, where numerous of coke plants have been established in that area. I was told that sooner or later, the people will be forced to relocate as it will become inhabitable to the people. So all these past experience, sir, worries us as member of this August House. We are not against investment. We are not against the intention of the government to further the growth of the state. But we want to ensure that no matter what, the land should stay with us. So how do you ensure that these land banks that the government have been acquired will stay with the local people, with the local engineers of the state? Sir, as I speak, let me bring to the notice of this August House that the MIDC, Meghalaya Industrial Development Corporation Limited, on the 7th of March 25, has given a notice of inviting for expression of interest. Let me read out this advertisement, sir. MIDC invites expression of interest for acquisition of land in Ribhoi district, particularly in Umsiang, Amrai, Makado areas, measuring 300 acres and above, for setting up industrial estate/area. Interested landowners having land at the above mentioned locations may submit copies of land documents extra and also to indicate selling rate on or before the 21st March 2025 up to 2 p.m. to the Office of the Managing Director, MIDC Limited, Kesma, Upland Road, Light Mukra. Acquisition of land is taking place. So how is it possible? Where is the need for the MIDC to acquire this much of land? What is the purpose? So therefore, sir, how can you expect that as a responsible member of this August House? We subscribe to the idea of our Chief Minister to develop, to promote the state, to create job. But we also need to tread very carefully when it comes to land. We will not only oppose everything that the government is doing, but here is the problem. Because I know why. Most of the members in the Treasury bench, they are praising you because they understand that they will not be able to resist the heat of the people. At least I respect them because they understand the sentiment of the people. So we are all here to work for the betterment of the state. And how can you say that you have inserted new clause like where it was not there before in section 2, autonomous district councils have been added. But when you look at the original act in section 39, that is a kind of a caveat that the government is included in that act, sir. So what does it say? Protection of action taken in good faith. No suit or legal proceeding shall lie against the chairman or any members of the governing council or high-powered committee or state investment committee or district investment committee or nodal agency or any employees of such committees in respect of anything which is done or intended to be done in good faith. So how can we presume that whatever they do is in good faith? It is not that simple, sir, for us to presume that whatever this nodal agency is doing is in good faith. So therefore, sir, I feel that in order to keep this apprehension at rest, may I request the Honorable Chief Minister to stop all kind of land acquisition. And going by the right to fair compensation and transparency in land acquisition, rehabilitation, and resettlement Act 2013, sir. And if you look at the section 41, 42, here it has mentioned very clearly, if I may be allowed to read out all these sections, sir. 41.1, sir, as far as possible, no acquisition of land shall be made in the scheduled areas. Where such acquisition does take place, this is 41.2, where such acquisition does take place, it shall be done only as a demonstrable last resort. Number 3, sir, 41.3, in case of acquisition or alienation of any land in the scheduled areas, the prior consent of the concerned Gram Sabha or the Panchayats or the Autonomous District Council at the appropriate level in scheduled areas under the 5th schedule to the Constitution, as the case may be, shall be obtained in all cases of land acquisition in such areas, including acquisition in case of urgency before issuing a notification. So the question here is whether the MIDC has adhered to this provision. And in 41.9, it reads, sir, any alienation of tribal lands or land belonging to members of the scheduled caste in disregard to the laws and regulation for the time being in force shall be treated as null and void. And in case of acquisition of such land, the rehabilitation and resettlement benefits shall be made available to the original tribal landowners or landowners belonging to the scheduled caste. 41.1, all benefits, including the reservation benefits available to the scheduled tribes and the scheduled castes in the affected areas shall continue in the resettlement area. Whenever the affected families belonging to the scheduled tribes or who are residing in the scheduled areas referred to in the 5th schedule or the tribal areas referred to in the 6th schedule to the Constitution are relocated outside those areas, then all the statutory safeguards, entitlement, and benefits being enjoyed by them under this act shall be extended to the area to which they are resettled, regardless of whether the resettlement area is a scheduled area referred to in the 5th schedule or tribal areas referred to in the said 6th schedule. So may I know from the Honorable Chief Minister whether the MIDC, before issuing this notification, has adhered strictly to the provision of this Land Acquisition Act, sir. So this is a very serious issue, sir. So I know, sir, that the government has already deleted this portion, but I strongly feel that the government should also bring some more amendment where the government can also delete this section 39 in this Meghalaya State Investment Promotion Facilitation Act 2024. So I will not dwell much since we have already our purpose to serve this, to move this amendment has already been served. But my request to the Chief Minister is to ensure that all land acquisition should be stopped. With these few words, sir, I resume my seat.
Any members wish to participate? Dr. Mukul Sangma, Leader of Opposition, please.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise to support the amendment moved by Honourable Member from Nongkran, the text of which have been already read and which is self-explanatory. Mr. Speaker, sir, at the very outset, I also would like to take this privilege to congratulate our Chief Minister for having been blessed with a newborn baby son. Congratulations. I have also been recently blessed as a grandfather. So these are all signs of blessings. God is only fulfilling His promise because He has promised us prosperity and that we will multiply. Mr. Speaker, sir, let me begin by saying what is from my heart. We give our today, for tomorrow is not ours, but of our. Beloved children, and of the generation next. I would like to place on record my deep sense of appreciation for having taken note of the sentiments of the people by the government of the day. Because the amendment which has been moved to amend the proposed amendment by the Chief Minister is reflective of the collective intent of our friends in the Treasury bench. But at the same time, it is also reflective of the fact that this discussion to bring this amendment was probably not done prior to tabling this proposed amendment for consideration of this August House. That's why this subsequent amendment to the proposed amendment. The amendment is to amend the tabled amendment bill. Now, when we come to the bill is to amend already an enacted act. Because the item number 12, which has been moved by the Honorable CM, is to move the Meghalaya State Investment Promotion and Facilitation Amendment Bill 2025. So Act is already there. This is further to amend the existing Act. Now, I submit before this August House that we must always look at the possibility of the fallout, which may be a fallout in immediate nature or in the years to come. Because in the proposed amendment, which the further proposed amendment has very clearly indicated, which includes in the original proposed amendment, is that the creation of land banks through direct purchase of land or other means. Now, it's not just indicative of one intent of creating land bank through direct purchase. but through direct purchase, but also through other means. How will you define these other means? Therefore, it definitely invokes a process of thinking. And this whole process of thinking has enabled us to have this wisdom of reconsidering this particular move of the government. I appreciate our vigilant, alert, and committed members of the civil society. We have been blessed by a vigilant, alert, and committed civil society organization over the years. Even before we achieve our statehood, it is only because of this vigilant civil society that our leaders, our forefathers, understood the need to fight for statehood. And therefore, this must continue. We must appreciate. I, as one of the responsible members of this August House, was required to also share my concern, which the Honorable Chief Minister has referred to in his submission. Yes, we expected the government to respond. We expected the government to engage and ensure that all the steps that we take do not result in such a situation where we will be perceived as insensitive but eager to bulldoze. Good sense have prevailed, and I must thank all our friends who, as submitted by the CM himself, has made effort to engage with CM, articulate the concern of the people on behalf of the people, and therefore the collective decisions end result is what we are seeing today. Now these apprehensions, this sense of doubt pertaining to the intent is not born out of nothing. Our mover of this amendment has already referred to the relevant laws which are designed with the inherent mandate in the laws itself to protect the interests of our people, particularly the tribal. But if we go by all the other past acquisition of land that has taken place, immediate acquisition of land in the preceding years, we see that by virtue of the reply to start question number 99, where in respect of this question, the reply to start question number 99B was no, sir. We did not put supplementary further because we knew that this amendment motion as tabled will be discussed. Now here, why is the social impact assessment required? It is because of the binding requirement of the authorities who are mandated by the law in the process of acquisition to abide by the law. Now, therefore, all these land acquisition, if we go by the law, have become null and void. If we go by the interpretation of this act, the Right to Fair Compensation and Transparency in Land Acquisition, Rehabilitation and Resettlement Act 2013. All the land acquisition that has taken place in the state in the preceding years, including this particular parcel of land, which was referred to in this question 99, has become null and void. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, sir, it is important for the government to revisit the manner in which the whole process of acquisition has taken place. Now, the relevant act also supersedes other provisions of the law under the law which is being invoked in the process of land acquisition for highways. Now, this law is inconsistent with what is required to be done to protect the interests of our own people, our tribal people. Therefore, this must be used as a weapon by the government. I have suggested this in course of my supplementaries to the Deputy Chief Minister. He has assured me, but he has put again that other than these, the other central law which was enacted in 1967, National Highway Act, that is an old law. Subsequent to this law has been enacted, and this is an offshoot of the in-depth understanding of the diverse complexities that exist in our diverse country, and particularly in view of the need to protect our innocent, simple tribal people. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, sir, it is only a matter of great concern for all of us. And therefore, we flag our concern, and it is for the government to take cognizance of everybody's concern and respond. I thank the government for responding. The power of anticipation is very crucial for us. The power of anticipation of the fallout of any decision. I believe this whole power of anticipation actually provoked this discussion and this engagement by all concerned, all the 60 members of this August House. I honestly, from the bottom of my heart, place on record my deep appreciation and gratefulness to all the members of this August House. Even the members who have not spoken have the same feeling, because I have also had the privilege to know their mind. Therefore, collectively, we say yes to all that is good. We say yes to all that will create that kind of environment where we will not feel threatened when we leave this world, but we will be sure about the future of our people, that they shall still inherit the land, that they shall not be alienated from the ownership of the land, because it's very crucial for us. And we always say that God has been kind to our people, that's why we have land of our own, unlike many others, not only in this country, but in the world. I would like to conclude by reminding all of us the promise of God, which says, the Lord your God will bring you back to the land which your fathers possessed, and you shall possess it. That is what is called blessings. That is what revolves around the whole concept and blessings of God in terms of inheritance. The inheritance cannot take place without land. If our children have to come back from America, USA, Europe, and other different countries, because of things that will unfold in the future, then this land will be the land which will bring them back. And only if the land remains with our people, then only can they come back. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, these concerns are born out of that. And therefore, when we talk about investment, yes, we would like to have investment. But let us identify the areas, the sectors, which will enable us to have the same kind of growth story, but in a different way. How we do it is very important. We are witness to all this sudden mushrooming of those industries in West Khasias. Is it the way to attract investment? These are shortcuts. These only reflect the short-sightedness of our generation. Therefore, we must know where we need to step back, and we must also know where we should dissuade, discourage, and ensure that there is a strong mechanism of deterrence. I would like to therefore, while appreciating all the collective wisdom of the members of this August House and our people, the people who have woken up everybody, the members of the civil society organizations, I would like to further submit before the government through you, Mr. Speaker, sir, that in the years to come as well, when we look at anything to do with the land of our people, we must understand the responsibility vested upon us towards our children and the generation next. With these few words, I submit that while we appreciate the amendment tabled to amend the proposed amendment by the government, also to take cognizance of this concern of our members of this opposition bench, which has been appropriately reflected with utmost sense of responsibility and commitment by the mover of this amendment to the amendment of the government bill. So with these few words, Mr. Speaker, sir, I once again would like to appreciate all of us, the Chief Minister, the members of this August House, all the political parties, because I saw that almost everybody will have represented in respect of political parties. UDP, the earlier PDF, now NPP, and HSPDP. Yeah, so it's a good message. At least people are bound to have at least certain amount of faith in us. Yes, this faith is very important because hope is connected with faith and belief. So they should believe us so that they can hope, they can have hope. And I'm sure wherever wisdom prevails and wherever we need to come collectively to correct or rather take course correction, we must. But I would like to urge upon the government to take cognizance of that particular important point that I have flagged before the August House. Please take advantage of this act, because from both the replies, in respect of reply to start question 99 and to my question, start question number 101, this mandate of this act, which should be utilized as the most powerful law to protect the interests of our people, have not been invoked. So I think while we collectively move ahead with the collective resolve to support the initiatives of the government for the larger interests of the people, but we also expect the government to be responsive to these concerns and take cognizance of this suggestion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir.
Thank you. Bart, Edelbert, please.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker, sir, for giving me this opportunity to rise and to support the amendment to the amendment brought by Honorable Member from Nongkrem, Barden, Basaimal. In connecting with the amendment which had already brought by the government of the day, what more need me to say except to say a very few words, Amen. Because thing has come to reality. I will not dwell upon the Bill 2024, Act 2025, which is going to be enacted. But in fact, I would like to inform the House that with enthusiasm I had prepared to participate in this issue in an aggressive way. But things had turned into positive. Congratulations. The government who had lead the state in a good example. As land is life. We cannot play with life as well, we cannot play with land. Honorable Speaker, sir, I'm there to say, as what I had mentioned, that I had prepared in an aggressive manner, in an aggressive mood in regards to this issue, but things turn into reality. I'm so thankful to God Almighty for enlightening the mind and for giving the good heart and goodwill from the government side to take this very vital issue in a good decision. Sir, as I always remind myself and all of us, that we cannot play with the life as well with the land, as land is life. And I'm never happy to expect that good thing will happen just because by the so-called name development. Because I always believe that if our right has been snatched away, what hope can we assure for the future generation? It's high time Meghalaya will industrialize. No doubt, it's high time to invite all our beloved youth whom they had moved away from this beloved state, because searching for job, searching for survival, for their own survival. It's a good sign for our state. It is high time. We are no longer we can no longer expect only for government job. It's high time that we have to stand by our own feet so that we as a human being, especially our beloved youth, will turn out to be a useful instrument. So I will not lengthen my speech, but I would like, before I resume, to remind once again, sir, our land is our identity. If we lose control over our land, we are going to lose control over our future. Let us not be remembered as the generation that gave away a land to big corporation. Let us be remembered as the generation that safeguard our future. With this very few submission, sir, I would like to resume my seat and thank you once again.
Mr. Minister, you wish to reply?
Sir, at the very outset, I would like to thank the mover of the amendment as well as the members who have participated in the amendment. I will not name everybody for the interest of time, but I thank the Honorable Mover, the Honorable MLA from Nongkrem, and all the other members who have participated in this very, very important amendment. So there is not much to clarify regarding the first issue and the first point which all the members have today more or less participated and given their sense of satisfaction. Sir, as mentioned in my amendment which I had moved, that a large number of stakeholders, including our MLAs, as well as different members from different organizations have met me. And going with our normal process of always doing deep consultation with everybody, we decided to move the amendment to remove the lines that indicated towards direct purchase of the land banks. And I presume that that issue has been to the satisfaction to almost all the members of the ruling, and also, from I could understand, to the satisfaction of all the members of the opposition also. So I will not dwell on that particular issue much. Regarding some of the concerns, sir, I'll just take a minute or so to just mention few points. Sir, some of the members, of course, had raised concerns regarding the original act and some of the sections like section 39. So let me just make it very, very clear to everybody and the honorable members mostly, is that, sir, this particular provision of 39 cannot supersede provisions that are there in other acts or that are there in the Constitution of India. What I mean by that, sir, is that if tomorrow there is somebody who is caught in terms of taking bribes to make any particular aspect move forward, so the laws as per the government of India, the state government, the Lokayukta, all those acts and rules will apply. So there is no question of being able to give complete immunity just by putting one line and expecting that this will give complete immunity to anybody who chairs this governing council or any of the other members. So this is to be very, very clearly stated, sir, that this is not a complete blanket immunity. It is meant there to put a sense of confidence that individuals who are working in good faith will be given protection. That is all, sir. Now, who defines what is good faith? So the court decides. If there is a case of corruption, if there is another case, God forbid, of something even more heinous, like maybe a murder, this clause cannot protect that particular individual who has committed that particular crime. There are rules and laws and acts at the state and national level which will overrule any of these provisions that have been mentioned out here. The sense, as I said, was only to give a sense of confidence that there will be a sense of positive approach towards individuals who are functioning in good faith, and that is all that is there in this particular clause. And so this clause was again passed last year in 2024, so it's not a new clause we're bringing in. It was already in the original act. And as I said, we have scope in the rules to further give the details of what the provisions are there and how this particular provision works. And as I said, sir, we are here to work for the people of our state to give them the confidence. If the situation does arise, that there is still concerns about this particular section. And by the way, sir, this section is something that is there in most of the investment promotion policies of most of the state governments. So it's not that we are the only ones who has brought this particular wording. In fact, if you look at the wordings that are there in a state like Karnataka, so in that state's investment promotion policy also, similar words have been used. And in almost all the other states also, similar language is used. And as I said, sir, the key line here is to note that it's in good faith, that only actions that are done in good faith, and that good faith or is it bad faith, that will be decided by the court, not by the government or by the chief minister or by any of the ministers. So it's very clear, sir. But as I said, since there are concerns, I have mentioned in my opening remarks on my amendment that we are there to consult and discuss provisions. These are, of course, provisions that do not impact the larger functioning of this particular act, and therefore discussions can be done, and at an appropriate time we can take this particular discussion forward also. As I said, this is not part of the amendment. This is part of the original act which has already been passed by this House. So regarding the different aspects of the land acquisition that have been mentioned, sir, the purpose of today's discussion and the amendment that has been brought in, and the amendment to the amendment that has been brought, is to do specifically with the MIPA, which is the Meghalaya Investment Promotion Authority, and the concerns that land banks will be created by MIPA, sir. And therefore, I have mentioned very clearly, a lot of the MLAs, even from the ruling side, even yesterday, sir, just to share with all of you, of course, I thank the wishes for the good wishes that our opposition members and all the members have given. I was yesterday, and whole night, day for yesterday, I was in the hospital. And even from the hospital yesterday, I had a cabinet meeting online, and these matters were discussed. So even till yesterday, we were in discussion mode about this issue. And even when I was there in the hospital, I was getting the inputs, and we had an online cabinet discussion on this matter. And based on that, we have gone ahead with the decision to remove that particular clause of the land bank, which was of great concern to the people. But reiterating, sir, that the intention was never to in any way bypass any of the land acts that are there available in the state and in the different agencies in the government, sir. So therefore, I want to make that very clear, that it's very clear that this was not going against any of those provisions, but since the larger concern still remained, therefore to give that sense of comfort to our people, that in no way are we going to go into that aspect of transferring of land or going into any issue of land bank, we went ahead with this decision. I also want to just make it double clear, sir, to the people of the state as well as the members who are present out here. So regarding the points mentioned by the mover regarding MIDC as well as other agencies that are going ahead with acquisition, sir, as rightly put by our honorable member from Umsning, that development work will move forward. For development work, requirements are there, and land happens to be one of the requirements. And at different stages in different years of state government, different acts have come into place that govern different laws and provide different provisions. So all at this point I can say, sir, is that MIPA will not engage in land acquisition. MIPA will not engage in land banks. That is the whole purpose of this amendment that we are bringing in from our side, sir, and I want to give the assurance. But other provisions that have been brought in by other laws is beyond the scope of this particular amendment act that we are bringing in. All the different acquisitions, whether it's for the roads or different kind of activities, sir, are being done as per existing provisions of the House and of the different agencies. And today, for me to say that all acquisitions will stop, that is something that cannot be, that commitment or that assurance cannot be given in the House. Processes will follow, sir, because there are these acts and different aspects which have been already passed by the House long before, sir. It's not to do with this act of MIPA. So we should not mix these two. And therefore, if there are concerns regarding the Land Transfer Act or regarding any other agency or MIDC functioning, so that is beyond, as I said, the amendments that we have brought in today. So therefore, I would like to stick to these amendments, sir. Other concerns, I'm not saying are not important. Other concerns also important. We as a government, we have been open. Almost all the opposition members have today appreciated the way we have handled the situation. We have been able to bring everybody on board, and we'll continue to engage, sir. Because let me again assure you we are not here to do any harm to our people or our state or our society, sir. Our primary task, each member, sir, whether it's opposition or whether it's ruling, if we fail to protect the interests of our people, then we are failing in our primary duty and responsibility. And I'm with the members of this House in every sense. And it's not just the words we speak, but it is the actions also, as mentioned by our member from Umsning, that our actions have also proven that we are just not simply talking, but we are walking the talk, sir. So we will engage, sir. The scope of discussion beyond the amendment that is being brought by MIPA for the Meghalaya Investment Promotion and Facilitation Amendment Bill 2025. So those aspects, as I said, is beyond the discussion today for me to go and address the issues of acquisition as a whole and laws that have been brought in the past, to discuss those areas and say that we'll put a hold to everything. So will not be possible. So today we have to examine all of that. Those things can be discussed. I'm not saying it cannot be. But for now, for the sake of the issue that we are addressing and for the amendment that we have brought in, sir, I would like to stick to what we are discussing as of now. And with all the efforts that we have put in and all the discussions that we have had, sir, even yesterday, apart from the meetings that I've had, many other MLAs, I don't want to name, had long discussions and detailed discussions and engagement with many, many stakeholders. So a lot of consultation has gone through this decision making, and we have finally come to this point, sir. So therefore, sir, with these clarifications and with the assurance that we will continue to engage, and the Meghalaya Investment Promotion Facilitation, it may be a bill, it may be an act, but it is more about the overall ecosystem and environment. And that requires us to continuously engage and continuously bring out what is in the best interest of the people of the state first, sir, keeping in mind all the rules and laws and the traditional aspects and the ownership in mind, and obviously looking at the larger interest of ensuring that the state grows economically and we also get the different investments that are required for us to move forward, sir. So with these few clarifications, as I said, sir, there's not much to clarify. Honorable members have all appreciated and agreed that we have moved in the right direction. And therefore, with these few clarifications, I would urge the mover of the amendment to the resolution to please withdraw the amendment of the resolutions.
Now, may I know the mind of the mover as to whether he will withdraw his amendment?
Sir, once again, I would like to thank the Honorable Chief Minister, since the government has taken positive cognizance of the issue that we raised. So I beg to withdraw this amendment.
Now let me put a question before the House. The question is that the Honourable Mover Sri Arden M. Basamet, MLA, has leave of the House to withdraw his amendment. Those who are in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those who are against say no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. And the amendment has been withdrawn with the leave of the House. Now we move on to the next item, number 13. Sri Conrad Sangma, Chief Minister in charge, planning to move that the... Sorry. Sorry. Now let me put the question before the House. The question is that the bill be taken into consideration. Those who are for the motion say aye.
Aye.
Those who are against say no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. And the motion for consideration is adopted. Now we come to item number 13. Sri Conrad K. Sangma, Chief Minister in charge, planning to move that the Meghalaya State Investment Promotion and Facilitation Amendment Bill 2025 be passed. Chief Minister, please.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to move that the Meghalaya State Investment Promotion and Facilitation Amendment Bill 2025 be passed.
Motion moved. Now let me put the question before the House. The question is that the Meghalaya Investment and Promotion and Facilitation Amendment Bill 2025 be passed. Those who are for the motion say aye.
Aye.
Those who are against say no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. The motion is carried and Meghalaya State Investment Promotion and Facilitation Amendment Bill 2025 is passed. Now we come to item number 14. Sri Preston Tungsong, Deputy Chief Minister in charge, Home, Police, to move that the Meghalaya Police Amendment Bill 2025 be taken into consideration. Deputy Chief Minister in charge, please.
Meghalaya, Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to move that the Meghalaya Police Amendment Bill 2025 be taken into consideration.
Motion moved. Now let me put the question before the House. The question is that the bill be taken into consideration. Those who are for the motion say aye. Aye. Those who are against say no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it, and the motion for consideration is adopted. Now we come to item number 15. Sri Preston Tungsong, Deputy Chief Minister in charge, Home, Police, to move that the Meghalaya Police Amendment Bill 2025 be passed. Deputy Chief Minister, please.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to move that the Meghalaya Police Amendment Bill 2025 be passed.
Motion moved. Now let me put the question before the House. The question is that the Meghalaya Police Amendment Bill 2025 be passed. Those who are for the motion say aye. Those who are against say no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. The motion is carried and Meghalaya Police Amendment Bill 2025 is passed. Now we come to item number 16. Sri Conrad K. Sangma, Chief Minister in charge Finance, to move that the Meghalaya Fiscal Responsibility and Budget Management Amendment Bill 2025 be taken into consideration. Chief Minister, please.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to move that the Meghalaya Fiscal Responsibility and Budget Management Amendment Bill 2025 be taken into consideration.
Motion moved. Now let me put the question before the House. The question is that the bill be taken into consideration. Those who are for the motion say aye. Aye. Those who are against say no. The ayes have it, and the motion for consideration is adopted. Now we come to item number 17. Sri Conrad K. Sangma, Chief Minister in charge, planning to move that the Meghalaya Fiscal Responsibility and Budget Management Amendment Bill 2025 be passed. Chief Minister, please.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to move that the Meghalaya Fiscal Responsibility and Budget Management Amendment Bill 2025 be passed.
Motion moved. Now let me put the question before the House. The question is that the Meghalaya Fiscal Responsibility and Budget Management Amendment Bill 2025 be passed. Those who are for the motion say aye. Aye. Those who are against say no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. The motion is carried and the Meghalaya Fiscal Responsibility and Budget Management Amendment Bill 2025 is passed. Now we come to item number 18. Let me read the message from the Governor. Dated 1st March 2025. Order. In exercise of the powers conferred by Clause 3 of Article 207 of the Constitution of India, I, C.H. Vijaya Shankar, Governor of Meghalaya, hereby recommend to the Meghalaya Legislative Assembly the consideration of the Contingency Fund of Meghalaya Amendment Bill 2025. Signed, C.H. Vijaya Shankar, Governor of Meghalaya. Sri Conrad K. Sangma, Chief Minister in charge, Finance, to move that the Contingency Fund of Meghalaya Amendment Bill 2025 be taken into consideration. Chief Minister, please.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to move that the Contingency Fund of Meghalaya Amendment Bill 2025 be taken into consideration.
Motion moved. Now let me put the question before the House. The question is that the bill be taken into consideration. Those who are for the motion say aye. Aye. Those who are against say no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. The motion is considered for consideration is adopted. Item number 19. Sri Conrad K. Sangma, Chief Minister in charge, Finance, to move that the Contingency Fund of Meghalaya Amendment Bill 2025 be passed. Chief Minister, please.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to move that the Contingency Fund of Meghalaya Amendment Bill 2025 be passed.
Motion moved. Now let me put the question before the House. The question is that the Contingency Fund of Meghalaya Amendment Bill 2025 be passed. Those who are for the motion say aye. Aye. Those who are against say no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. The motion is carried and the Contingency Fund of Meghalaya Amendment Bill 2025 is passed. Now we come to item number 20. Sri Conrad K. Sangma, Chief Minister in charge, Planning, Investment, Promotion and Sustainable Development, to lay the 10th annual report of the Meghalaya Basin Management Agency for the year 2021-22.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to lay the 10th annual report of the Meghalaya Basin Management Agency for the year 2021-22.
Now we come to item number 21. Sri Abu Tahir Mandal, Minister in charge, Community and Rural Development, to lay the biannual report of the Meghalaya Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Development Guarantee Act for the year 2021-22 and 2022-23.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to lay the biannual report of the Meghalaya Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Act for the year 2021-22 and 2022-23.
Now we come to item number 22. Sri Singau Balangdhar, Deputy Chief Minister in charge, Commerce and Industries, to lay the annual report of the Meghalaya Infratech Consultancy and Innovation Limited for the year 2021-22 and 2022-23. Deputy Chief Minister, please.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to read the annual report of Meghalaya Infratech Consultancy and Innovation Limited for the year 2021-22 and 2022 and 23.
Now we come to item number 23. Sri Conrad K. Sangma, Chief Minister in charge, Finance, to lay a statement showing quarterly trends and review of receipts, expenditure of the state in accordance with Section 9(1) of the Meghalaya Fiscal Responsibility and Budget Management Act 2006. Chief Minister, please.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to lay a statement showing quarterly trends in review of receipts, expenditure of the state in accordance with Section 9(1) of the Meghalaya Fiscal Responsibility and Budget Management Act 2006.
Now we come to item number 24. Sri Preston Tinsong, Deputy Chief Minister in charge, Parliamentary Affairs, to lay the notification number ES.30/MLA/2020/PT/30 dated 6 March 2025 relating to the amendment of the Meghalaya Legislative Assembly Secretariat Recruitment and Condition of Service Rules 2020. Deputy Chief Minister, please.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to lay the notification number ES30/MLA/2020/PT/30 dated 6 March 2025 relating to the amendment to the Meghalaya Legislative Assembly Secretariat Recruitment and Condition of Service Rules 2020.
Now we come to item number 25. Sri Conrad K. Sangma, Chief Minister in charge, Finance, to lay the following. 1. Finance Accounts Volume 1 for the year 2023-24. 2. Finance Accounts Volume 2 for the year 2023-24. 3. Appropriation Accounts for the year 2023-24. 4. Reports number 3 of 2024 of the Comptroller and Auditor General of India on state revenues for the year ended 31st March 2023. Chief Minister, please.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to lay the following. Number 1, Finance Accounts Volume 1 for the year 23-24. Number 2, Finance Accounts Volume 2 for the year 23-24. Number 3, Appropriation Accounts for the year 23-24. Number 4, Reports number 3 of 2024 of the Comptroller and Auditor General of India on state revenues for the year ended 31st March 2023.
Now we come to item number 26, Election to Financial Committees. I am to inform the House that number 1, in pursuance of the Rule 242, Sub-Rule 1 of the Rules of Procedure and Conduct of Business in the Meghalaya Legislative Assembly, one valid nomination has been received in favor of Sri Rupa M. Marak, MLA, to the Committee of Accounts. Since the number of candidates is equal to the number of seats to be filled up, Sri Rupa M. Marak, MLA, is hereby declared elected to the Committee on Public Accounts for the remaining term of the said committee. 2. In pursuance of the Rule 242B, one of the Rules of Procedure and Conduct of Business in the Meghalaya Legislative Assembly, one valid nomination has been received in favor of Dr. Mizanur Rahman Kazi, MLA, to the Committee on Public Undertakings. Since the number of candidates is equal to the number of seats to be filled up, Dr. Mizanur Rahman Kazi, MLA, is hereby declared elected to the Committee on Public Undertakings for the remaining term of the said committee. Now we come to item number 27, prorogation, adjournment, Sinadai. Before I adjourn the House, let me read out the message of prorogation from the Governor. In exercise of the powers conferred by Clause 2 of Article 174 of Constitution of India, I, Chandrasekhar H. Vijayasankar, Governor of Meghalaya, hereby prorogue the budget session of the Meghalaya Legislative Assembly at the conclusion of its sitting on 13 March 2025. Signed, Chandrasekhar H. Vijayasankar, Governor of Meghalaya. Before I announce the prorogation of the House, may I inform to all the honorable members of this August House that the lunch for all the honorable members has been arranged by the Honorable Chief Minister in charge of Finance. So may I request all the honorable members of this August House to join me and the Honorable Chief Minister for the lunch that is arranged at the Annex Hall just behind me. Since we have come to the end of our business for the current budget session 2025, the House stands prorogued sine die. Please stand up for the national anthem.